Hey guys, welcome to day 2 of the Philippines qualifiers of the FSL League of Legends edition. Once again, I'm Hungry Cass, alongside me is Spoods, and we've already more or less seen who's gonna be in the grand final. I think right now we're just looking for the lower bracket, and of
Yeah.
course today we're gonna be playing into the lower bracket all the way to the grand final. So for now, the matchup is gonna be Liab versus, I believe, Mob Esports? Yeah, that's the one. So there we go. On your screen right now, we do have it up. So Picks and Bans actually halfway underway already, and we do have the pretty standard bands of the Ornn as well as the Mordekaiser coming out, but the Caitlyn first pick is interesting though.
Yeah, Caitlyn right now isn't the best champion
Mm.
for Spig. I think you definitely need a lot to get her going
Mm.
early, and if she's able to be shut down in that early game in her lane, it's going to be very difficult for her to come back.
Yeah.
So, not exactly sure if going for the Caitlyn is the best idea.
Oh
Miss
man,
Fortune definitely
buddy.
quite a stronger champion. Giving away set as well,
This
possibly
is
not the best.
I feel like Sed is in an awesome place in terms of like top laners that want to be left alone and
Mm.
duel because the champion is simple. All you have to do essentially is just get one wave clear item or one dueling item and then go health and resistances. It become a very oppressive side laner. It's similar to the old Aatrox where there is no way you can do 1v1, and if you do, the mechanics of the champion itself is just so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, but the thing about Set is, right, it's very difficult. I don't like to see him being first pick. I don't like him seeing blind pick,
Mhm.
actually, because he's just such a kiteable champion that, I don't think if you understand how to play into him, I think you are able to counter him in the
Yeah.
in the pick ban phase quite easily.
You say kiteable, they do have Caitlyn Braum, which is, for all intents and purposes, very good at kiting in terms of peeling back for the ADC as well. And you have the Galio there. Junglers are actually still open. We still have Olaf, we still have Jarvan, we still have Lee Sin,
Mm-hmm.
all up. So we'll see what that actually means for the pick and ban phase, of course. If you do have Jarvan Galio, that's one of the old school combos that we used to see in Season 9.
Yep, running into some technical difficulties right now. We have trying to reconnect on
Don't
our
worry, it'll
screen.
come through, come through.
Okay.
Yeah, but for the most part, I think as the picks and bans go through,
Yeah.
junglers haven't seen a lot of focus just yet. We saw pretty much 100% pick ban on the Jarvan yesterday, and for
Mm.
majority of the earliest qualifiers as well. I think Jarvan is a highly prioritized champion, so we should probably see that come out soon.
It's basically above 95%
Yeah.
presence at this point. It's only one game so far that
I
we've
feel
seen.
like in LCS and LEC as well, right?
Yeah.
It's super popular just because it's the strength of the champion. We always talk about how you can do the 3 camp clear into level
Mm-hmm.
3 and then you hit the lanes very quickly. And the moment you gank and burn a flash or any summoner spell, you can just regank the lane within the next 30 seconds.
I mean, he has basically everything you need to
Yeah.
succeed, right? He has the damage, he has the ability to clear
Mhm.
quickly, and he is able to gain priority quickly for his laners, so that you can transfer that
Yeah.
to dragon priority, which I think is what this patch is all about.
Not just Dragon Pyro, but I think being able to take the Rift Herald as well and snowball that into like environmental goal. I say environmental goal, I mean like the turret plates, right? You can use the Rift Herald to convert into turret plates, to convert into structures themselves. There's a lot of value there, and of course you get the second one that just snowballs your lead even more.
Yeah, absolutely. Rift Herald is quite important, I
Mhm.
think. Just accelerates the tempo. But again, one thing that we did point out multiple times on the cast, but I don't think we've really drawn too much attention to
Right.
is the fact that you need to play it well, because we've seen a lot of scuffed heralds.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I think we haven't seen one that has been super valuable. None that I can really think of at the
Mhm.
moment. The best ones we've seen is 2 charges. That's about it.
Yeah, but for the most part, 2 charges, you're like, wow,
That's true.
that's value, right?
That
That's
is true.
value if you get 2 charges. Ideally, you get one and you find a structure. The worst heralds are the ones where you can't really convert a structure off it. I think that's the one where you kind of feel a bit bad because you could have maybe made a play better around it. Are trying to reconnect. I
Here's
think.
the deal, though.
Mhm.
When you see this screen, right,
Yeah.
it says that you're attempting to reconnect,
Yeah.
but it's actually not. You just have to exit.
Oh, okay, okay.
So this is
Interesting.
not gonna work.
Yeah, so we
Feels bad,
probably
man.
will have to actually, considering that we DC'd out of the Pigman, we might actually have to remake
Yeah.
the game and let the players know. Unfortunately, we have run into some issues right now. Oh, hold on, maybe I don't know. On our screen, looks like.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay, cool. See, there we go. Okay,
Interesting.
we are gonna swap back into the pick and ban
Mhm.
screen, but through the power of technology, we've actually jumped all the way to the last sort of state of
Yeah, time
affairs
travel,
already.
yep.
Yeah. So we do see bot lane is gonna be MF Nautilus that came through, Trundle jungle, LeBlanc mid and set top for Liab. Meanwhile for Mob Esports, we saw the Caitlyn Braum earlier, Zac now in the jungle, Galio Renekton as well.
Yeah, we've seen some of these picks before. I think Zac and Galio were two off-meta picks,
Yeah.
I'll say, that we saw yesterday. Zac, I don't think He didn't do too well, I
Yeah,
think.
even though the idea of what you wanted to do with the Zac was there,
Mhm.
we were talking about the possibility of using Zac as a flex pick because we saw in recent weeks top lane Conqueror Zac has actually become quite powerful. That being said, I do like that they have this Renekton Zac sort of partnership set up because now they can actually level 3 dive top lane. The champions that you play or rather pair Renekton with, you do want to have that like possibility, right? So it's usually the least that can repel up.
Yep.
For the case of the Zac, you can actually take aggro and then pop your passive, go into the Bloblets and then reform and get the dive done in proper.
So we're looking at dive tops
Yeah.
once again. Is that
When you
right?
play Renekton, you have to play dive tops. I feel like there's no point playing Renekton if you don't want to dive at level 3.
I feel like against set, again,
Yeah.
deceptively tanky is a bit difficult to execute that very well. You have to juggle the turret aggro extremely well as to keep in mind his grit,
Yeah.
his passive.
If you don't respect the true grid coming on the grid itself, rather, that's where the shield comes up and the true damage is popped. So yeah, I do agree with your point. There's the complication of trying to dive the set as well as if you group in a weird position, the level 3, if you're considering if you maxed everything, right, you'd have the phase breaker to kind of like stun them up together. So that's the danger. But if you're not gonna play Renekton, in my opinion, I feel like Renekton has to be more aggressive on the top side. Otherwise, you can just pick things like Aatrox,
Yeah.
play into the set when it comes to being a side laner, wave clear, and be more impactful when it comes to the mid and late game.
Pretty sure set is a counter to Aatrox.
Yeah. We haven't really seen a lot of Aatrox in this region in particular, or
That's
just in the
true, yep.
qualifiers in general, right? So there is a natural aversion of sorts towards the Aatrox, but we have to see how this plays out as we are still in a bit of a spectator
Mhm.
delay, as you can see on your screen. Walk me through the compositions. What do you expect to see?
But one thing that really stands out to me just by looking at these champions is the fact that Mob Esports, I don't think, has adequate mid-game damage. I
Right.
think if Caitlyn dips into that trough and Galio and Renekton aren't able to get a hit, you really have a severe lack of damage. That's
Okay.
why you're tanky, but you're not going to be doing too much damage to the side of Liab. Meanwhile, on the side of Liab, I think this is much more balanced. I
Mhm.
think you can have decent damage throughout the entirety of the game. Miss Fortune will scale well into mid and late game, and LeBlanc, well, if she's able to pop off, that's just, your solo queue LeBlanc just running through the entirety of your team. So, overall, I give the advantage slightly over to Liab just because they have that mid-game damage.
Right. So I have to see if that sort of allows them to power forward in the mid game. And the current state of the patch, at least, is the mid game is where you want to make the plays for the Rift Herald as well as the structures. And if you end up, playing ARAM, as it were,
Mhm.
you really can't make full use of that mid game power. So I do like that you mentioned the idea of the LeBlanc popping off, because then you have a very pesky side lane LeBlanc that no one can really catch. You just literally double distortion away if people try to collapse on you. Otherwise, your wave clear is just so good anyway. Doesn't matter. So we have to see how this one plays out. Of course, the Liab right now, they were the previous representatives of
Mhm.
FSL Philippines in season 2. So they were at the FSL Elite event. This time dropping the lower bracket, a bit unfortunate. We are looking at the lower bracket now, of course, and this is more or less their last shot at redemption. If they are out here because it's a double limb, they're out of the tournament.
Yep.
They're out of the running. No chance of making a repeat performance as the representatives once more.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that point because yesterday one of the main issues that we did see coming up from Liab was the flaw in some of the executions they were trying to make. Hopefully, with the short break, with the day that they've had to go back and look at VODs, we're gonna see some of that shored up, and hopefully they come up with a stronger showing.
Right, loading onto the Rift. First game for today will be Liab on the red side and on the blue side, Mob Esports. Unfortunately, a bit of a pause coming in, but should be sorted out very quickly, especially because our players are at Tektite, the game arena in Philippines that is, kind enough to host and sponsor all our players there. A bit of a expected pause. We were talking about this yesterday about how sometimes the screen literally just freezes and we're like, okay, we'll gloss over this, it's cool.
Nothing's happening. It's just like, those games that we used to see in Season 9 in LEC and LCK.
Just random pauses in the middle of team fights.
Yeah, it's fine.
Anticlimactic.
Oh, man.
So interesting that almost all of the expected keystones that you want to see have come through. The only old school, I would say with, air quotes, is the press the attack Trundle. We haven't seen Trundle a lot even though it's been picked up recently in the LCS, but I see the merits of the Trundle here. You can sort of pop out on both the Zac or the Galio and kind of steal the stats and become pseudo-tanky, right?
Yeah, we pointed out that they have about 4 champions that have the possibility to become that huge tank. So
Yeah.
picking Trundle into Renekton, Zac, Galio, and Braum is actually pretty good. You have a lot of options there, like you said.
Right. Kind of expected defensive start coming through. Den is gonna be working on her blue buff. Meanwhile, oh, Rox having to distort away. Will walk into the brush and get punched in the face by the Galio. Quite adventurous journeying in to get the vision down on the blue buff. We'll see the start of this jungle pathing in. So actually a lot of information now for Mob Esports.
Yeah, information advantage over the mob, and you can see that they're actually... No, they were actually pretending to leash with the Renekton at the top lane. So both teams should understand where the enemy jungler is starting, which will give each of them clues on where they might be.
Right, so both junglers starting on the bot half will be pathing towards top. Like that Den is moving over to the Gromp. Oh, hold on, early action right now. Popping the winner's bite though. 2 more auto attacks will get the stun off. But because of the automatic CC on the auto attack, Nautilus will be able to pop the... Oh, here we go.
Yeah, but this is a very irritating lane to play against, right? You have the Caitlyn, you have the Braum. These are 2 very poke-heavy champions, as well as the range that they do bring. So have to definitely have fancy feet.
Yeah.
If you're on the side of Liab's bot lane right here, you can see that they've already chunked the Nautilus down for about half health. Should be able to heal that up, no problem. It's just how they're gonna be able to layer this poke later on, I guess.
Okay, a bit of pause again, but Den did move over to the Gromp after blue buff. Meanwhile, Zac did the Raptors after red buff. So right now, I think Den is going to be able to get level 3 off this camp alone just because Gromp gives a lot of EXP. There you go, level 3 already. We'll have the Pillar of Ice up. There you go, leveled up already.
Yeah, both junglers now in the top side. I don't... Well, actually, like you were saying, they had the possibility to dive top side, but you can see that the minion waves, they're actually quite equal right now. And both top laners are actually pretty happy looking up to going looking to go up against each other to CS. So might have a bit of aggression up here. Would not be surprised to see jungle attention given to these top laners as well.
Managing to land a stun as well. No counter meat for the heal. Rere taking a pretty even trade, all things considered, despite Set's oppressive kit. Now, I want to point out that because of the pathing from Penguin, it was very inefficient. You had to do basically 4 camps to get level 3, right? And these 4 camps take a lot of time and damage, right? The moment you walk in and you start it up, you're always going to be behind in tempo as well as speed. Right now, though, might be paying for it. Then coming towards the top side. No ward here to spot out the Trundle, but will come in from the flank. Great Pillar of Ice, though. Actually double flashing forward. Not really in range to land the CC, so then we'll trade Flash for Flash here in the top side.
Yeah, Flash for Flash is all that's gonna result from this top lane gank. You would think that, you know, had the Zac gone for the more optimal clear, had gotten the buff
could have counter ganked.
Definitely could have counter gank, could have made this quite different.
But now that the Renekton doesn't have the Flash, though, it has to respect the lane a bit more, and of course this lane is gonna change and evolve a bit more now that Jones can play more aggressive.
Yep, then just gonna use the Scar's Bloom, not gonna spot out anyone, so should give over some information that Penguin is towards the bottom side. I believe he actually got spotted out as well.
Yep, was spotted out, so you can see Penguin is kind of afraid to do the Scuttle Crab in the bot half, just because Fofi and In was pushing up. And like we said, without the Flash, Riri has to respect this aggression coming in from the set. This is a big wave that's actually collapsing now on the tier 1. About 1.5 waves worth of minions dropping in.
Yes,
the teleport back.
Gonna have to expend the teleport to get back into lane to pick up this minion wave. Can't risk losing that much CS this early on, but the fact of the matter is that I don't understand why you would pick the Renekton into the set. I mean, the base numbers that set has in his kit just enable him to become that lane bully that Renekton wants to be. And honestly, once Renekton gets behind, he just gets shut out of the game.
Yeah, this is looking quite dicey right now for Rere in the top side, especially because we saw the Flash blown earlier. Will not come up until she's about level 6, and you lose your windows of aggression here, having to respect Jones a lot more. The set might be looking to become a mid-game powerhouse in the side lanes. As we take stock of the situation, the junglers have kind of reset now. Penguin going for the Stalkers upgrade here for the Smite. Of course, that's going to provide a bit more CC. Then as well, not opting for the challenging Smite, instead going for the Stalking upgrade as well.
We're beginning to see the beginnings of a vision line for the side of Liab. You can see that the river is mostly warded up in their favor. This is pretty good if they want to decide to take that dragon. You can see 3 wards, one just expired in that bottom side river.
This is the Ocean Dragon, which I think has a pretty decent value if you play properly around it. If you can sneak it for sure, but I think team fighting for it might be not very worthwhile, as the double up is going to land on the Caitlyn. Penguin now coming in for some coverage. The Zac will be playing towards the bot side, waiting for the red buff to respawn as well. Now you can see, because of the pathing inefficiency, she's actually leveled down, and she's down about 10 CS, which is, you know, 1.5 camps. When it now finishes off of Polar, aggression in the mid lane, actually landing the taunt and the aftershock.
We're actually seeing Zac wander around aimlessly in her own jungle right now. This is not very good. Turning around once again, this is about 30 wasted seconds of doing absolutely nothing.
And this is because her pathing was, like we said earlier, very inefficient, right? She can't play to the top side because her red buff is coming up right now. So for her to move from red to wolves to Grom and then, you know, play towards the bot half is just horrible use of time, and you end up mismanaging how you want to allocate your resources.
Yeah, this is about a minute of wasted time at this point for the Zac, now having to replay some of the wards in the Dragon Pit, ensuring that, you know, Trundle doesn't start it up. I believe Trundle is actually one of the champions that can, you know, solo down the Drake as well.
One of the few, you know.
Yeah.
Right now, moving over to the red buff, Penguin's only level 4. I'm not sure if you know this about Zac, but you level up your E first, right, the Elastic Slingshot, and the more levels you get, of course, the higher the range goes. You actually really want to power farm to 5 and 7, because that's when you can get increase in your Elastic Slingshot levels and gives you a more range to work with. Right now, because she's behind in terms of level, she doesn't have the aggressive option.
Take a look, both junglers now into the bot side. Galio is going to spot out the the control wall is going to spot out the Trundle as, you know, she goes into a Dragon Pit. I thought she was going to start it, just going to clear the ward.
She's going to clear out another ward, so the battle for vision here now is very real in the bot quadrant. Meanwhile, popping the passive from the LeBlanc, the taunt coming in, but then looking to look for the play. Rock's not landing the ethereal chains, though might be a bit tricky. Pillar of Ice knocks and back. Oh, actually flashing forward though, getting knocked up by the wall and coming back in. You have to think there was a misplay from the Galio in the mid lane. Actually trying to Justice Punch, but getting blocked by the wall.
Yeah, I'm not sure where she was trying to Justice Punch, flashing behind the wall. I thought she was going for the LeBlanc, but it does look like she actually just channeled that straight into the Pillar of Ice. So that does give priority over to the side of Liab, as well as the numbers advantage around the Ocean Dragon. I do not think you should go to teamfight this if you're Mob.
We're talking about the value of, or at least the diminishing value of Desperate Steals, and this is one of those times where Desperate Steal is not necessary. Channeling the Elastic Slingshot, but oh, this is a very dangerous dredge line in.
Yeah, they could have been punished. Well, not really, since they still had the numbers advantage on the side of Liab. At the end of the day, nothing traded over except for the kill and the Ocean Dragon. It's not the end of the world just yet for Mob.
Early dragons, oh, double up landing on the Caitlyn, but early dragons, they have value, but I think we were looking towards the third dragon and onwards when it all becomes the same one. I think that's where the value actually increases, because then you're stacking the same dragons over and over, right? So you have a compounding effect in terms of what you want, and of course, the soul is great as well.
I think there's differing opinions for the dragons as well, since I'm actually going to hold that thought. That's coming in for a gang.
Justice Punch up, but the Ethereal Chains will land. Looking for the ultimate though. There you go. Pulls the Galio back in, and with the Trundle arriving, you have to think this is extremely dead Galio. The kill will be donated over to Rocks this time. Remember that it was the Trundle that picked up the earlier one. So right now, playing towards the mid side seems to be working out for Liab as they rotate over to the Rift Herald.
Yeah, you would think that this absolutely should not be happening. I mean, you saw Set just walk down the river and Galio was continuing to push up when they have absolutely zero vision in this section of the jungle. So definitely have to step up the vision game on the side of Mob, and this just concedes another Rift Herald. Another objective, the Rift Herald.
If we're looking at how, you know, this sort of escalated, it was because of the early flash blown by the Renekton. Now you have to kind of respect the set. You give the set space to push up, play aggressive, and roam. So it kind of snowballs in itself.
For sure now we are looking at, the side lane snowballing LeBlanc to becoming a bit more of a reality in this game. The timer is ticking. Definitely have to begin shutting her down before she hits those mid-game items.
Good
for
juke
the
away.
damage spike.
Rock's now looking to play a bit more aggressive, considering she has the last chapter, as well as a bit more of an EXP lead in the mid lane. Meanwhile, items coming in for the Misfortune. It's going to be the makings of the Essence Reaver, whereas Storm Razor should be the item of choice here for the Caitlyn. Junglers finding each other here, level 7 on the Trundle versus the level 5 of the Zac, and you have to think that is going to hurt. Juking away once more. Pillar of Ice is actually pretty decent, but the taunt will pull the Trundle back in, using the ultimate to get a second chain down, will force the flash away. Zac using the stretching strikes to pull them back in, but you burnt 2 flashes there. Meanwhile, on the top side, solo kill coming in. Jones, no respect whatsoever, finding the solo kill on Ray Ray.
Yeah, just set things going in, able to pick up the kill. But in the mid lane, that was looking pretty spicy coming in from the Trundle. Not sure what she was doing, stepping up this far in the lane when, honestly, Galio had priority there. So
yeah, I think
having to burn the flash.
There was no respect. They were seeing the situation. They were thinking, considering since we've killed him and Hana has been overextending a lot, why can't we just do it again? But this time the reply was there. There was a Zac coming in to help. So moving onward, Liab is, as a team, fundamentally, we were talking about this, really strong. They understand how to pressure and make full use of the situation. But sometimes the execution is a bit lacking, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of execution, we'll see if they can make this play happen. Flash forward for the depth charge. Actually blocking a lot of the damage with the Braum, but should probably go down here. Fofi will get the kill credit for that play. They tried to protect the Caitlyn, but of course, Braum being the good guy support that he is, will go down in defense of the ADC.
We were talking about execution, right? I think I like to see that they are, slowing things down, going back to basic.
Yeah.
Just making these easy ganks happen, ensuring that they have vision in the river to allow for these ganks, and now they're able to find slowly incrementing advantages. 0-4 right now, about 3k is the difference in gold.
Surprised that Den didn't walk to the bot lane to pop the Rift Herald after the Braum went down. I think there was a window there where they could have 4-man bot lane and gotten the structure for free with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and it's they're actually going to put it down mid lane. They're going to pick up some plates here, continuing to feed the LeBlanc. So
the question is whether they allow the Trundle to stick around, or whether they donate turret plates go over to the LeBlanc. Instead, not even auto-attacking, so no gold going their way at either.
A little questionable.
Yeah, you have to think that was a bit of a misplay. Normally you have to be in range to auto-attack, but because there were no minions left, they were hesitant to walk up. So that's actually a Rift Herald that is only used for structure damage. There's no gold, there's no snowballing effect there.
Yeah, definitely could have made better use of that. Instead, now gonna donate the blue buff over to the LeBlanc. Definitely gonna need that to continue pressing down the Galio, who in this game is not having a very good time.
This is what I mean. Sometimes the execution is like, you know what the idea is, right? They threw Rift Herald in the mid lane and tried to get some pressure, but they didn't execute properly. And this goes back to the early idea. Why don't play it in the bot lane?
They are on a 3-man stack here in the Tri-Bush. Braum, you gotta be careful here, buddy.
Actually checking, this will get pulled in by the Dredge line. The Pillar of Ice guarantees that there's nowhere else to go, but the hero's entrance buys space. They actually managed to turn this one around with the taunt as well. Here comes the bullet time, doing a lot of damage. The ultimate Let's Bounce coming in from the Zac. Heal being used in a very clutch fashion, but Un will not survive. Meanwhile, flashing forward is going to be the Set who lands the Haymaker, and the damage coming in. Fofi, no fear whatsoever, flashes forward again. Super aggressively to get the damage done. It's going to be a double kill for the Set as Rox joins in to look for the fleeing Renekton, who will pop Dominus. A bit of space provided, but I don't think that this Renekton is really going to be doing all too much here as the CC comes through. Rox is just going to kite him out.
Not sure if the one-man re-engagement from the Renekton was the best thing. Definitely could have gone much, much worse, but the engage in the bottom side, that was quite spicy. Oh, they're going in again.
Looking to go in. I don't think they get the play here. Actually, maybe, possibly? Nah, not at all. Woo. Rox making it look easy as the Inferno Dragon will be the chains forward.
Yeah, and you could see that Set able to pick up multiple kills off the back of that fight. Now is gonna be a huge, huge monster. 3-0 and 1. I wouldn't want to be in a set. I wouldn't want to be in a side lane with him at any point in this game. At this point,
this just goes to show the power of the Set. You kind of have to have a plan ready if you leave it open during the pick and ban phase. The Renekton was supposed to be the answer, or the supposed answer, right? But it's just not there. And this time, Jones showing off why it's a highly contested pick, not just globally, but in the FSL as well.
Yep, we are going to see her move towards the Scuttle Crab. They have 2 members here. I'm not sure if they want this.
Yeah, they might not actually want to fight this. Looking at Jones, who has already picked up the Titanic Hydra. Like we said, you just need an item to split push. You need a bit more health because your grid scales off your max health. And with that health, against bruisers, boy, you are going to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, one thing that we did see though in the previous days is that when you pick Set, you can get a little overconfident just because of the power that the champion does bring.
Right.
So we have to keep an eye on this Set, whether or not she steps up too far without the backup of her teammates, ends up feeding a few kills over to Mob. So far though, I have to admit, she's looking pretty clean.
Speaking of clean, rotations coming in from Irin and Kofi towards the top side. They will find a roaming Nautilus, and the stun should connect here. Kofi though in a bit of a sticky situation as the Stretching Strike will pull her in. The depth charge to buy space and peel back, but here comes the Renekton on the back line. I don't think the AD carry or the support is going to get out of this one. Very late to the rotation, yeah, they're not in position to defend, actually overextending into the river. You could see the idea once again. Execution, super shoddy, but they wanted to make the lane swap happen so they could take the Rift Herald on the top side.
Yeah, the issue with that was the fact that they did not have any deep wards. True, they had shallow wards, but when you're against the Zac, you can be easily outnumbered if you're unable to spawn him out.
Winter 4 coming in, they might be looking to steal this one. Rox is actually pretty strong. Using the Blast Cone to get over, and Liab are just gonna give this objective up and say we will be content with the side lane set, just pushing in the bot side.
Yeah, there's still about 3k gold to hit. Nothing, no reason to be worried about giving over the Rift Herald just yet. You can see LeBlanc is positioning with the inside track to put some damage down on the mid lane turret. It's going to be answered by the Galio though.
Now, who is going to be the one that's dedicated to dealing with Jones? You can see earlier the goal difference is just so huge. And even though they're trading turrets, it's an inner for an outer, and they might not even be able to get this. With Shirley charging down still. Yep, probably not enough damage to finish this one off. They will land the stun on top of the Trundle. Actually, one more auto attack might finish her off. Then has to be very careful about the spacing coming in. This is an Infinity Edge Caitlyn that is able to pop off. Here comes the bullet time that is blocked by the Unbreakable. Hero's entrance comes in as well. Then actually popping the King's Tribute, so she's now super tanky. Can go back in for the damage if they can find it. And Rox is gonna pop the Caitlyn where she stands, and they will clean up this fight. The entrance of the Galio not enough. That's 3 for 0.
Super unfortunate for Mob. I mean, the execution there was just a little too much. I mean, they stepped up way too far without any wards. Was unable to defend the bot lane turret from the set as well. So they donate multiple kills as well as a structure. 2 structures now to the side of Liao.
Taking the fight in the mid lane. Ray now has the rage bar up. But you can see Jones with the max grid is just so frustrating to deal with. Combined with the Titanic Hydra, the wave clear is actually really oppressive, and there's nothing much that Ray can really do to deal with this.
Yeah, and the fact that Shet is once again a very good split pusher. The 1-2 punch very quick on the damage onto structures as well as champions. So definitely a huge side lane threat that at this point, like you were talking about earlier, is unable to be defended against by, I would say, even 2 people on the side of Mob.
The problem is they're running double bruisers. Bruisers in a very loose sense, right? You have Galio with Renekton, and Set excels at dueling bruisers just because in these extended fights, like I say, you do true damage with grid. And if you have to kind of hard commit, I feel like Jones would be very comfortable playing against the 1v2 to buy space for her team.
Right, we're seeing both teams now beginning to path towards the bottom side. The Dragon is going to be spawning in about a minute, so we're going to see a bit more priority coming down for that. Liab now having 2 is only 2 away from the Soul, so is getting a little critical for Mob to come in and contest the objective.
Yeah, if Mob wants to make a play, they have to make a play happen soon. Recall coming in, actually denied by Den. A little bit of a tricky and mischievous play there. But Liab now in position, set up already around this Inferno. Teleport is not available for Jones just yet, so best case scenario, this becomes a 4v5. And I feel like for Liab, all they have to do is just wait around this area, buy space for Jones to split push, and eventually when they commit, then you can make the play for the Inferno.
Yeah, it's going to be a 4v4. You can see Renekton, well, 3v4 actually. Not sure what the Galio is doing back in base, but Set is now moving away. No minion wave contest, so I'm not sure if Mob goes for this.
Yeah, Mob looks like they might want to re-engage on this fight, but Liab will be able to claim it. The smite coming in from the Trundle will get the kill. Now the depth charge on the Caitlyn means that she is in a world of trouble. will get knocked up, and there is some distance still between her and the enemy as they move forward. But with LeBlanc's mobility, they should be able to pick this one up. Then as well on the backline, looking for the kill confirmation on the Caitlyn. Will get the first. Now Zac in the Bloblet forms. Every man for himself now is the plan for Mob as the teleport comes in to save the Zac. Where is the set though? Still a bit far away, joining in now. Finally they get the Zac and coming into the fight. Here's the damage from the set out of nowhere. Managing to pop members on the backline. That's going to be a super clean ace coming in.
Well, that was the best trade you could have hoped for from the side of Liam. Not only do you get the Infernal Drake, you get a clean ace 5 for nothing. And if you take a look, Set actually managed to pick up the mid-tier 1 tower as well. So huge advantages going to the side of Liam. Shouldn't be too hard for them to capitalize on this further.
A bit delayed on the entry for Jones, but well worth it.
I believe the teleport came out late.
Yeah. Now they will be able to get mid-tier 2 as well, open up the map even more. We're talking about the severe lack of damage in the mid-game if Mob doesn't get a hit, right, in terms of their composition. I think it's starting to present itself right here. When it comes to sieging, Caitlyn is literally the only person that's dealing damage, right? And because Liep understand, okay, if we pick off the Caitlyn, we probably win the fight. Literally every single form of CC is just thrown on her. Eun is like depth charge on the Caitlyn, everyone just run at her, right? Trundle doesn't care, wants to get to the Caitlyn first, and when they neutralize that damage threat, team fighting becomes so much simpler.
Yeah, run at them I think is the motto for the side of Liab at this point. You should understand that, hey, you have enough damage to take these extended fights and basically like, yeah, just run at them. That's basically all you have to do.
All eyes on the Caitlyn as to whether she can provide the damage and stay safe still. You do have the Braum, so that's a degree of safety that is afforded to you. But like we saw earlier, depth charge is very much a death sentence. So positioning properly around that CC is going to be crucial. Now Baron is up, it's 22 minutes. Jones now in the bot lane does not have teleport considering she used it earlier. Whether they want to threaten this Baron and buy space for Jones or actually commit to it though is the question. Oh no, way past enemy lines here, the Caitlyn and the Braum. This is saving private ADC, but I don't think it's going to go well as the Unbreakable is put up in the wrong way and the bullet time will sweep her up. Finding the second kill on the support is going to be the Braum and a double kill for Fofi here.
Oh, just a completely flanked from the side of Liab. I mean, I have no idea what Mob was doing, pushing up that far in the lane without any vision. And this just gives Liab a window for a 4-man group to take down the Baron.
Yeah, this composition traditionally does not take Baron very well, considering the single tower damage of Misfortune is rather low. But when you find the ADC and the support, you do have the space to do such, make such plays rather. As Penguin is going to sit off the side. If she can vision of this, she might be able to steal it, but no, it's just too little too late as she puts the ward down a second after it's done.
Yeah, at this point, I think the composition, the 4 stack coming from Liab, they're strong enough to take any sort of fight, even a 4v5. So, Set at this point does not have to group with a team. Obviously, once they are grouped as 5, they are a very, very strong unit. And they're going in once again.
Going in once again, immediately looking for the pick on Joydad, who is going to use the QSS. Oh man, landing the slam on the back. Here comes the Set. Actually holding so much damage. Looking for the grid though. They will eventually pick off the Set and neutralize a lot of the damage coming in. Now, can they still continue on this fight? Because there is no Caitlyn. There is only a single Renekton, and the Bruisers are leaping forward. The taunt actually landing on multiple members. You're now running away in the middle of it all. It's going to be Den that is actually still pretty tanky. LeBlanc kiting in and out with the distortion, buying space. They managed to pick up the Trundle on the way out. And now Rox is in a bit of a sticky situation as she extends forward, but she kites around. My goodness. Flashing out. Finally, we'll find the Nautilus. You know what? I'm just going to give some professional advice. Walk away. Cut your losses. Walk away.
You can see that even though that was a one fight for the side of Mob in the beginning of...
I like how you have air quotes like, yeah, they won it,
I
right?
mean, they won it at their start, so you can see how long it took for them to kill the side of Liab. I mean, that once again, they don't have enough damage to take these fights, and Liab, they understand this. You could see that they were delaying the fight for the LeBlanc to put down all the consistent damage that she's able to throughout the entire engagement.
As long as she can cycle through her cooldowns, there is, you know, sufficient damage from the LeBlanc. But, you know, to it, your earlier point makes complete sense. You know, not enough damage when the Caitlyn dies. It becomes bruisers just running forward, trying their best to make the damage stick, and sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yep, definitely could have been much different if the Set and the Misfortune had been able to stay alive. Just a bit of a misplay, a bit of over-aggression coming in from the side of Jones, getting himself killed in the middle of 4 members of Mob.
Look at this, little Blanc instantly buys a Void Staff. So now
Nice.
her Magic Pen is through the roof as Infernal Dragon has been started up by Liap here, using the bullet time to actually get a lot of damage down, will be taken away. And here comes the Infernal Soul. I don't think that Mob really wants to fight this as Fofi is left completely unchecked. Look at the damage that she's doing on the Caitlyn. Yep, this is definitely done. Hannah is stuck in the pit with nowhere to go, and the only member left alive is Ray Ray. Meanwhile, Jones is like, what? What is objectives? I'm just going to walk in and take the base.
Just set things. I mean, they're so far ahead. This is fine. I mean, I'm not sure how much damage in that fight could be attributed from the Infernal Soul. Definitely benefited them. Now they're just gonna donate a kill. Oh no, they're gonna take the kill.
Padding the KDA.
From the side of Mob. They're gonna end the game once minions come through. You have to think.
Yeah, there is at least another 5 more seconds on the only member to come up, or rather the next member to come up. Penguin here can't really do much as she watches her base go down. It might be the last defense though, as the flash comes out from Fofi to keep herself in a good position. The set knocking the Zac back in to buy some space. Zac definitely going down as the Nexus will fall. The auto attacks. Good guy Rox gets blasted.
Yep, very clean game. I think Liap have shown that they've shored up some of their weaknesses that we saw yesterday. They're definitely a strong contender now. I would not be surprised to see them advance to the finals.
Yeah, execution-wise, definitely looking a lot cleaner today. Commiserations to Mob Esports, of course, now eliminated from the tournament because it is a double elim bracket. So this is lower bracket. If you lose, you are out. So I'm happy to see that the Philippines as a whole, their qualifiers, the region as a whole, has been really high in terms of play. Super hype.
I believe Mob is actually a rookie team, if I'm not wrong. The execution wasn't exactly there. We saw them, sort of dismantled first by, I believe, Ardent, and now Liap. So good practice. I think they got a lot of experience from this tournament.
And that's the thing, like, as each season rolls on, the players themselves get better and better.
Yeah.
Like, we got to a point now where I watched Thailand last, couple of weeks. I'm like, wow, this is actually really scary. Like, they are good, to the point where I would be very careful to say that, this isn't the best sort of regional League of Legends.
Yeah, definitely. But I think that's going to be it for us. I'm not sure what match we'll have.
We'll have the brackets up, of course.
We'll have the brackets up, yep. So we're going to be right back.
We're going to go for a break. We'll be right back.
Yep. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to FSL Philippines qualifiers. I'm Spoots, he's Hungry, and this is Liap versus Amplify.
Yeah, we are actually it's almost like we're following Lee up today. Basically, we're
Yeah.
talking to like our organizers, and they were saying how today is pretty much the journey from the lower bracket, the anime redemption arc, as it were, where you drop to the lower bracket in day one and you go home and you kind of like sit down and have a talk, and now
Yeah.
come in hot. They did pretty well from game one. Now they're like on a pretty decent streak. So now going up against Amplify, I think it's the next big test, right? Because Amplify themselves, as a lineup or a roster, they have a lot of veteran players. I think you can't see this right now. The barcode is actually Wicked, who is Mika used to play on Barcy Esports, and Mads as well. So these are people that have been playing, in season 1 of FSL Elite. So right now, they're kind of like coming back, reforming with a new team and trying to make a run for a championship again.
Yeah, 100%. I think from the previous game, we saw that Liap, that talk, I think, was pretty damn effective. They played super clean. That being said, they didn't play the most complicated thing to execute. So with this composition that we're locking in, Misfortune, Leona, Echo, looks like more of the same.
Yeah, I do see some resemblance to the previous composition. That being said, though, they are going to be able to flex this Echo pick here. It can be Echo jungle, Echo mid lane. I think a lot of people have been talking about how Echo is one of the more frustrating champions to jungle against or lane against, just because when you do get your chrono break, all of your trades become extremely ineffective. Like, you either have to burst him down before he outs, or you just lose the trade straight up. Like, he could out and just go back in on you.
100%. Now we do see both bot lanes now actually locked in. It's going to be Lucian Braum versus Misfortune Leona. Lucian Braum, obviously a bit of a synergy going on over there. You can definitely stack the Braum passive rather quickly. On the other side though, Misfortune Leona shows to me that you want to go in.
Yeah, I don't want to complicate things too much and say, oh, this could be, mid lane Lucian flex, because we haven't really seen mid lane Lucians all too much during this tournament, and it does, of course, make more sense in terms of synergy that it's going to be a Lucian Braum. I do like the Mordekaiser ban coming in. I do like the Orin ban. So Amplify actually, doing their research, understanding what is strong. For example, the early set ban is perfect, right?
Yeah.
This is what you expected coming in. That being said, the fact that they left some of the tier 1 junglers open and, kind of didn't respect ban them is leaves a bit to be desired for me. For example, Jarvan, right? It's still open. It's a big issue, but both teams completely neglecting to opt for that pick.
Yeah, picking away the Trundle instead. I think Liap did play that in the previous game to quite good effect. That's going to be a Darius locked into the top lane. Not something we are too used to seeing. I believe we've seen a couple of bans towards the champion yesterday.
Right.
Definitely, sort of a lane bully can be very oppressive, but
problem is that this composition is extremely short-ranged, and I think unless you successfully win a team fight, you can't really siege with Lucian Darius. Even if your mid lane is something that is, tops up your sieging potential, I still feel there is the danger of having too low range and an inability to actually play the sieges properly.
Yeah, that's a Kled going up against the Darius. Well, sort of a Kled mid, of course, but yeah, two lane bullies going up against one another again, so obviously...
Let's take the Jarvan here. Honestly, you take the Jarvan, you're completely fine. You can play Echo, Kled, solo lanes, and have a lot of early pressure as... Lux
Echo
though.
jungle.
Yeah, so it's going to be Echo jungle with the Lux in the mid lane. I don't know how I feel about this. Open picking Lux as well. Jeez.
I mean, that's going to be a Veigar.
Yep.
Two very mobile, squishy mid lane champions. Definitely going to be a focal point for both junglers, one would think.
That being said, this mid lane, like you mentioned, although it is very immobile, it's going to be non-interactive as well.
Yeah.
Veigar doesn't really want to do anything apart from collect the stacks of evil, which gives him AP. and you do hit that point where you will be able to control space with your event horizon. I'm just not sure if that is effective enough for them when it comes to team fighting, because there's no one that can really get into the backline and deal with the MF or to peel off the Echo as well.
Yeah, you touched on the point that blind picking Lux maybe not the best idea, right? Most of the time you pick Lux as a counter pick to sort of melee matchups where you can land those sort of skill shots and deal tons of damage, but Veigar is going to be standing so far back in the lane, it's going to be super difficult for you to get anything done shutting down this champion before he gets online.
This is the part I don't understand. Why did they... I could see taking Echo in the jungle, but the Lux just makes no sense to me. I feel like this is a comfort pick. Like, if I had to reason this one out, definitely feels more like a comfort pick as opposed to a meta composition pick. Is maybe something that the team has practiced with in the past, and like, okay, we're comfortable with just playing around the Lux. We know that we can set vision traps, we can control spaces very well, the Lucent Singularity, so I understand if it's a team thing coming in.
Well, we'll have to see, right? I mean, this is well, at the start we did see that the composition may not have been the most complicated, but now with the additions of the Kled, with the Lux, it does increase substantially in difficulty to execute. So once again, the question comes down to whether or not Liab is well practiced enough. We did talk about the fact that they do have adequate fundamentals, pretty good fundamentals rather. It just comes down to whether or not they're going to be good enough to pull the trigger.
It's like we saw in the previous game, right? They managed to translate easy picks into objectives. For example, you find a kill in the bot lane, boom, instant dragon, right? It's simple enough. Or you find a Rift Herald, you pop in the mid lane, you know? It's just, once again, we talk about the execution. Like, there's always one or two things that's missing. You just look at it like, well, it could have been better. It could have given you a bigger lead had you done this. As long as they can shore that up, I feel like they will be okay proceeding forward. Once again, we are going to sort of chart their journey into the finals, if they can make it, because we are more or less tracking the lower bracket right now. So as this journey progresses, we will have the brackets up for you during the breaks and all that, so do stay tuned. But we talked a lot about the Liab composition, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about the Amplify composition?
I think, like you said, lack of range, that's going to be a huge issue. This bot lane has to get a hit, you know, Lucian. Yeah. Darius also should have to get a hit in order for this composition to work. I think if Kled is able to pull out a lead in the top lane, that's going to be very difficult. But the thing about Darius is, once he gets a hit, it's very difficult to shut him down. He is able to 1v2, and when you get into team fights, basically he can run at your AD carry, right?
Yeah, whether the Darius gets to the point is the big question.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially laning against a Kled that will have the support of the Echo, like, Echo is one of the more frustrating junglers to play against if you are a jungler. If you're a laner, it's even worse, because you have to be so careful about all the angles that the Echo can sort of flank you with.
Yeah.
And with the parallel convergence, you know, the sort of stun, locking someone in place for 2 seconds is just frustrating in general.
Man's got a dash, man's got a stun, man's got a slow.
Yeah, got a slow, and the movement speed boost as well as you, if you land 3 skill shots or 3 abilities or 3 auto attacks, right? In any combination, you just get another significant speed boost. Yeah. That's balanced. Good job.
Good job, right?
Yeah. Chef's kiss. Good job.
On the other side, we do have the Trundle, though. Not many stats for him to steal this time. I mean, Leona is going to be pretty tanky.
Literally only Leona.
It's going to take a while.
I think this was more of a counter pick from Wicked here as opposed to like a meta thing. So they probably saw Liab pull out the Trundle the previous game, and they might not have a plan, or they don't really want to deal with it, so they take it for themselves. I've been watching Wicked, you know, sort of stream a little bit in the jungle, and I've been understanding her style. Saw her play quite a bit Olaf on stream, so now picking up the Trundle, it plays similarly, right? The idea of like wanting to activate things early on and being able to duel when you do hit your power point. So I'm kind of sold on it.
Yep, both of them are just gonna run at you and basically chop you down. Both also pretty good at securing dragons, good at ganking as well. So, you know, I think Trundle is actually better at ganking. So perhaps it's slightly better for this meta. We've seen a lot of early game ganks, and yeah, hopefully we do see the same amount of action this game as well.
I wonder where both junglers are gonna focus their attention though, because you talk about ganking, you talk about this current patch. The iteration of League right now is so focused on getting early leads and snowballing and having high tempo, high aggression. You can't AFK farm in the jungle anymore, right? We saw what happened with the Zac the previous game when you're inefficiently pathing. It's bad if you're clearing camps all the time. It's even worse when you're just inefficiently pathing. So what do you think the junglers are going to do this game?
100%. Here's the thing though. We've done so many predictions on where we think the jungle is going to focus. I think most of what we've seen is the jungle is going to be pretty equal across all the lanes, and I think it just speaks to what this patch is like. I mean, like you said, early leads all across the map are good. And I don't think there is a singular lane in this match, especially where you can focus jungle attention on.
Right. Are into game. You can see a Dark Harvest being picked up for Echo, so this is a more or less to be expected when you have Jungle Echo on your side. Meanwhile, Glacial Augment for the Vigar here, so it's going to be the utility Vigar, the annoying GLP and Spooky Ghost Vigar that, slows you down and then puts you in the event horizon and kind of one-shots you when Vigar has enough AP.
Yeah, but the fact that that is a bit more of a, I'll say, defensive utility
style, right?
Style. It's gonna take longer for him to stack up adequate damage in order to have a big team fight impact.
I actually do prefer playing Arcane Comet a lot more. Like I play a decent amount of Vigar. I feel like Arcane Comet, when it comes to just the value that you bring in team fights, it's actually worth a lot more, of course.
Yeah, it's not gonna be all that useful in the mid lane, but then again, it is a Lux. You're a Veigar. You just want to stack. We did discuss that previously.
Like, no point trading. Just Q and last hit with your Qs to get the stacks down.
Alright, a bit of a defensive spread. We do see the classic put down a ward early, go back, pick up Sweeper from the Echo. Signals that he wants to gank earlier on.
If you're Echo right now, I think the best path to do is Red into Wolves into Gromp, and then gank top lane, and then hit to blue buff. I feel like you just want 3 as quick as possible, and it's quicker for you to do small camps with Echo than the big camps because of your Q, right? It goes through, and it's actually pretty efficient clear speed.
We're beginning to see more and more of these wards. Well, the one in the bush, not the one at the Raptor camp. We did harp on that a few times. I think it was last week.
Right.
Not exactly the best ward. You're not going to be spotting out too many people. So obviously the ward at the Raptor camp is going to be much more valuable. Not sure if it's in range to spot out Echo if he just goes into the bush though.
Might be in range. As of now, this is a very heavy leash. So Misfortune and Leona going to the bot lane might actually be late to CS and subsequently behind an EXP. Taking a look at the lane right now, I think they actually did miss 3 minions. No. Yeah, barely in time. Just managed to get the EXP there. So they won't be level 2 cheesed in this bot lane.
Alright, Echo is going for the Kruk after the red buff. So that is
literally the worst camp right now in the game.
Yeah, it used to be XP pin, I'm not sure if it's still the case.
Like, takes too long to clear, and it puts you on the bottom side of the map. You're out of tempo when you decide to journey to the top side. The only reason you want to do this is for a full clear, right? But full clears are so inefficient nowadays. It doesn't matter anymore.
Not sure what this is all about. It's a bit of an interesting pathing coming in from the Echo. Not sure if it was expecting Trundle to be there, but on the other side of the coin, you can see that Trundle has already cleared the entirety of the bottom side. So Jungle has already level 3. It's significantly ahead in terms of tempo right now.
Like I was saying, I've been watching Wicked play. Her name is in Barcodes right now, but it is Wicked, who used to be on Barcy Esports in the past. I've been watching her play a little bit on stream, and she understands what the most efficient paths tend to be. Right now, she's moving into the river. You can see she has the river walking rune, so she's going to be heading to the top side extremely quickly. Extended past the river, though, is Jones right now. Might be in a spot of trouble, as the Pillar of Ice is going to kind of dodge her out here. Jones will eventually get away, but she was a bit confused there, undecided on which side she wanted to go. Yeah,
Jones had the minions to thank for that, blocking away Wicked from being able to reach her. But the question was now that, Wicked was actually pinged out, spotted on the ward near the mid lane as she popped into the river. So walking up that far in lane, not exactly having the best awareness is declared.
Yeah, Jones has to respect this a little bit more. Right now, I think both junglers might be contending for the Scuttlecrat. In fact, backing off. Wicked not really wanting to play around this particular objective. Instead, will concede it, move over to the Raptors, and then maybe hit to the bottom Scuttlecrat.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a slower early game coming up from both teams. Nothing too out of the ordinary. This bot lane, though, is gonna be gonna get slightly worse and worse for the Lucian as time goes on. They definitely want to make something happen soon, but as it stands, it's gonna be on the Leona for the engage. Grom not gonna have too much of an early game engage potential with the ultimate.
Oh, setting up the play here. That is actually behind the Vigar. Parallel convergence is cast right now. She's looking to jump over the wall, but opted not to do so. I feel like there was an angle there for taking the fight. It's just that they didn't really know where the Trundle was, so wanted to respect the play.
I believe he actually tried to go in, but she tried to E over the wall.
Goodness.
Actually eat into the wall.
Oh, okay.
So that was just super unfortunate. You can see that it was on cooldown. Trundle now in the bot side, I think was actually spotted out by that ward, so nothing's gonna come out of this. You can see that they're trying to make something happen in the bot lane. They want to get the solution ahead, but it's not going so well so far.
The reason why the Trundle came down, I think, is also because the wave is pushing, so having the Trundle around kind of forces Misfortune and Leona to respect the gank coming in. Speaking of gank coming in, Den is in the top side, parallel convergence, not cast just yet, but just gonna jump right in here. A lot of damage on the Echo though as the stun follows through, and the pull coming in from the Kled. The flash out will keep her alive and flashing forward with the shotgun as well. Jones gets the first blood, very well juggled there between Jones and Den, the synergy paying off.
Yeah, and that's the sort of gank that you definitely want on the Echo. You know, you come from behind and you manage to pick up the kill on the top laner. Super good for Kled. Gonna see how she's gonna be able to capitalize on the advantage. Now, we do see Amplify securing, not securing, contesting the dragon, but you do see Liab is actually around the corner.
Yeah, Liab sitting around here, the Lucid Singularity actually dropping the aggro on the dragon, so this becomes very dicey now. You can see Wicked is actually pretty low on health, doesn't have the smite either, so you want to be very careful about the positioning here. All low on health already, the Braum going down. The dragon will go the way of Amplify though, as they all have to back out. 2 members drop already, looking for the third now, as the Lucian is getting focused down. Laser coming out, flashing away though, Rev managing to get away, so they will lose the Braum and the Trundle in return, picking up the single Cloud Drake.
Yeah, I don't think that was worth trading over 2 kills for a Cloud Drake this early on. It's not exactly the best thing. Good patience on the Lucian flash to get over the wall without being hit by the Lux ultimate though.
Then now it's gonna go in and take another camp away. As Echo's starting to come online right now. 0-1 and 1, picking up a couple of those Dark Harvest stacks as well. Lying in wait in the bot side. Holding in the brush. There is gonna be a timer on this blue buff, so I think they're setting up the steal here at least. Parallel convergence is cast, then now we'll be in a bit of trouble as the Trundle arrives. Lucian and Braum around the corner as well. They're looking for the play, but I think they're just happy to defend and fight off the Echo from this blue buff.
Yeah, good on them to not try to contest the blue buff too much. You can see that they were actually outnumbered had the bot lane moved up and the Misfortune was still back in base. So no over-aggression just yet. They're just taking their lead and walking away with it.
Meanwhile, Vigar in the mid lane has yet to buy, so super comfortable just farming up like we were saying. Holding onto the Doran's ring as well as 2 potions. In fact, no trades warranting... oh man, that's a fuse bad.
Feels bad, man.
But no trade so far that warrants any use of potions or recovery items. At 43 stacks right now, as you can see in the corner of your screen, or rather on our screen.
Yeah, but at the moment, the Veigar is taking a bit of unfortunate back timing, right? You did see the Lux pushing up the lane until it was just about under Veigar's heart. Now having to force the teleport coming in from the Amplify mid laner.
Yeah, you have to teleport here because if you don't, the wave is actually going to get frozen here, right? So you kind of have to force this back in. Trying to land the damage though, Light Binding coming through, a bit of a pause, but we'll get tagged on the minions. Decent damage. Event Horizon locks rocks up as well. But thankfully managing to reset the wave here, I think.
Yep, wave should be bouncing back, no problem. We do see Darius now heading towards the mid lane. Good ward in the pixel bush in the river to spot him out. Nothing, no ganks gonna come out from that rope.
Speaking of ganks that are not gonna happen, Trundle will just recall here. They're playing super aggressively though, sort of baiting the Leona to jump in. Meanwhile, we can see there is a ward here being put on the river, like you mentioned in the pixel brush. So leaning towards the top side is the Veigar, very smart, knowing that that is safe.
Yep, you can see that this is a pretty bad situation to be in if you're this Lucian Braum lane. I mean, you have your Misfortune, your opposite laner being in a significant, well not significantly, slightly better position. 1 kill, 1 assist, as compared to you with your 10 CS advantage. So definitely they want to make something happen in this bot lane and they want to make it happen soon.
Hurts to see that they missed the cannon minion there. Hate to see that, fortunate. You're not going to make the same mistake. Actually manages to get it with the proc on the support item.
Alright, we are going to see a bit of a tussle in the top side. Oh, the potential of a tussle. You do see Kled moving down, but the fact that Darius is pushed under turret means there isn't going to be a collapse on this roam.
Jones so far has been quite a stable and reliable top laner in her position for the team. I feel like her success has largely been not needing a lot of resources in the top lane. Every time she's there, she can hold her own, play aggressively, and call for pressure. And it makes it so much easier for her team to just play around that. Saying as such, then will get caught out in the river.
Yep, not chasing too much. Not exactly sure where the bot lane was at that point in time. So Amplify to take the safe option.
Ooh, actually using the Ignite here, looking for the ultimate. Might be able to finish her off. The flash though, a bit unnecessary, you have to think. Neon Mats having to flash away. Then now we'll get caught by the Dark Matter. Event Horizon is not up, so I don't think there'll be any more CC following through. But good wait out on the barrier before popping the ultimate there. Rido in the mid lane on Vega.
Oh, we're going it again.
Going in once more. Here comes the charge from the Kled. The Solar Flare was actually enough to lock up the Braum, and here comes the bullet time as well. Slightly overkill, but in the end they managed to find the kill on the Braum.
Yep, they managed to find the kill, the revenge kill, for the sake of their mid laner. You can see there was no wards in the topside river, so Amplify, they weren't expecting the Kled to be coming down for that engage.
Yeah, previously there was a decent amount of vision coverage, but now slowly forsaken, so it was easy for Kled to walk over. Now, Inferno Dragon will spawn. I think Amplify is in a decent position to take this right now.
Yep, they have to take a quick though. Echo is pathing towards them, but the bot lane is pushed in, so they don't have priority there. Not too much chance for the contest coming in from the Misfortune and Leona, but Lux is pathing down as well.
Pathing down, there is a bit of a weird control ward put behind the wall, but the laser coming in will make it easier for Wicked to smite it away. Flashing forward though, the Zenith Blade is actually going to tag up the Lucian. I think right now Rift is in a lot of trouble. Will get finished off by the Echo and the Leona. So 2 kills going the way of Liab already. Meanwhile, looking for the damage is Rido Meiji. Will only find the stun and back off.
Yep, trading 2 kills for the Dragon once again is Amplify. That's going to be 1 Cloud Drake, 1 Infernal Drake. They're going to have slightly better skirmish power going into the next few fights.
The play is actually being set up here. Den has the Chrono Break available. If she wants to go in, she should be able to find a kill here, but a lot of CC down on top of the Vigar. Not enough damage to follow through.
Damage coming down on Fofi as well, having to tank up the turret for her jungler. I don't think there's going to be much more action in this mid lane. Everyone just backing and resetting, picking up more items. I don't think that this rotation coming from the base from the Leona and the Misfortune was too beneficial for their team. I don't think they picked up too much other than 2 kills.
Yeah, they managed to get the kills. They don't get the Inferno, but in an ideal world, they would have been able to get some turret plates in the mid lane. It's just that Vigar's wave clear extremely oppressive, with the Dark Matter slowly stacking up the AP. Rave now in the bot lane, 0-1 and 0. Still looking for the Essence Reaver, but is not having the best game this time.
Yep, just tanking up the minions a little bit, starting up the makings of what should be a lane freeze.
Yep.
Not going to make it too easy for the Misfortune to come in and farm, which also allows Braum to actually go for a bit of a roam.
And that's the thing though, because Misfortune is relatively immobile, when you freeze it that far up in the lane, there's very little they can do to go out and collect CS, apart from hard shoving and resetting the wave.
Yeah.
All you have to do is just respect and understand, if I'm freezing, bot lane, enemy bot laners might be missing, so don't play too aggressive.
Yep. Previously, we did see a few pings coming out on the Rift Herald, and you can see that Amplify, they've already placed several control wards around the pit, so that's potentially another objective that we might see contested relatively soon. Den right now going in to clear a bit of vision. Ooh, not going to spot that one out though.
Yeah, a bit tricky there, but there is a ward that will spot Den rotating upwards. Could have set up the play there. Nothing wrong with setting up the counter gank, but right now a lot of pings on the bot half. They're pretty much just spamming pings. They want to collect the Scuttle Crab.
3 Scuttle Crab for the bot lane. That's a small chunk of gold. Lucian's gonna be pretty happy with that. At this point, you want as much gold as you want, as you can get on the Lucian, but they're going in top lane.
Going in top lane, here comes Wicked for the gank, using the charge to get away. Gives the movement speed over to Jones.
Yep, good charge to get away from that engagement. Jones will survive once again, but you do see Den now actually pathing up, not spotted on the minion wave.
I think they can force this. Chrono Break is available if they go in here.
Nope.
Might be able to find a kill. They can definitely dive this. Remember that Jones on Kled can reset tower aggro with the passive. The moment you are demounted, you actually drop the aggro, but actually now the Dare's in a lot of trouble, flashing away, trying to get the heal. But the aggro is going to drop, and that is a successful kill picked up in the top side.
Yep, successful gank coming in for the side of Liab. Jones in a bit of trouble now though as Wicket goes in.
Wicket going in a parallel convergence, not really going to land a stun, but enough damage to force Wicket to be in a very precarious position. Remounted now, pulling her back in, a chrono break just for style points in. You have to expect that coming through from the Kled. The moment she's remounted, she's going in.
That was a little questionable. They did spot out Den on a ward towards the top side. Not exactly sure if staying was the best idea from the Darius.
His TP.
Teleport is even more questionable. They might die again.
Sometimes there is just a sunk cost that you have to give up, and Marianne here trying to just pick up the CS, not really going for the play. You have to respect the ability of them to dive you again, though. Like we say, you don't just need the chrono break. You don't need the chrono break to dive as long as you have Kled around.
Yep. Fortunately for Marianne, though, does manage to chase away the two attackers on the turret and clears out the wave. Meanwhile, we are going to see a bit more of a vision scuffle in the top river. You do see Lux moving up, but does risk being collapsed upon by 3 members. She has no backup, but does manage, rather, to make it out alive.
The problem is the wave clear from Veigar is hit that all-time high right now. Simple W and Q clears out the backline. So with that, you have perma lane prio in the mid lane. And Lux is one of those kind of trickier mid laners to clear the waves with. Because you have perma mid lane prio right now, you can actually set up vision traps like this, force enemies to check into you. In fact, they're going to make the play for the Rift Herald right now, considering they have the vision. If I were Amplify, I'd trade the Dragon for the Rift Herald any day.
Yeah, the value of the Rift Herald now, though, has diminished. We are going in.
Apprehend pulling the Kled back in. There is going to be the Event Horizon coming out to stun her up, though. An ultimate from Rito is going to find a kill. Great Laser will find 2 members here as they jump in. Den already getting the kill on Mads. Does have the chrono break to go back out if she needs to. Actually finds the damage on top of Wicket. So far, the only member to fall from both sides is one each. But with a great stun, they will force rocks away. The flash coming out from the Lux to safety. It's going to be Jones going down for Mads. I think I take the support for top any day as the flash comes in. Counter flash from Rito Rumeji to get out.
Yeah, that was, I'd say, pretty worth for both sides. They both got kills, they both got summoner spells, and importantly, Amplify, they do manage to secure the Rift Herald. Not the highest value now that turret platings have gone down, but Liab, they're going to trade that for the first Mountain Drake of the game.
Yeah. It's going to be mountains from here on out, so the reason I say it's completely okay to give this up is because if you can open the map a bit more, you can just slowly start rolling in mountain dragons as well.
Yep, gonna make the Liab roster here much more tanky. Gonna enable the Leona to go in more often, as it were, but keep in mind, this does allow Trundle to gain more value from his ultimate. Big brain.
Yeah, it's like the IQ play, right? You guys get tanky, it's cool. I will also get tankier the moment I out you.
Alright, at this point, it's looking more and more dire for Lucian. So every time we come and check on this bot lane, it just... Lucian's not having the best impact, right? This is around the time where you want to pop off on Lucian, but the fact of the matter is that he just does not have enough damage to do really anything. Except for... I'm starting to get tilted.
The damage from the double is starting to build and mount as well, so very dangerous to stay in this bot lane if you're not walking or pathing properly. Like you said, things are getting dire right now. BF Sword picked up for the Misfortune in addition to the Essence Reaver. She's looking for what appears to be Infinity Edge here.
No blue buff for you, Echo. Teleport was expended on the side of Veigar just to clear out that wave as well, though. I believe he should have quite enough stacks at this point to really... Well, we did already see him.
145.
145 is pretty good at this point.
So, total AP right now is at 340. There is 145 stacks of Evo as the charge comes in. They're looking for the Veigar here as the parallel convergence is in a good spot. It locks up 2 members and the laser as well. Great wombo combo. Finds the Braum and the Veigar here in the mid jungle.
That was a great collapse, great engage coming in from the side of Kled. I'm not sure what the Veigar was doing, stepping up that far without any backup from her team. Bottom lane turret is going to go to the side of Liab as well. Barely able to dash out.
Yeah, managing to get out, but they will lose mid tier 1 as well as bot tier 1, and the Rift Herald being popped in the top lane. Maybe not the ideal place to get your value from the Rift Herald.
Most likely he's going to get 2 charges though. Liab picking up 2 turrets on the back of that. Interested to see who they're going to send up here to defend against Marianne and the Rift Herald.
It's actually three turrets being taken, mid tier 1, mid tier 2, and bot tier 1. So right now, overall, in one fell swoop, they managed to clean up 3 structures on the map.
Alright, oh!
Nice.
Stopping the back is the Lux onto Marianne. Den here on the trajectory to collapse.
I think the Echo is in a position to cut off the Darius here, right? So have to play a bit of sneaky shenanigans. You definitely do not want to take this fight as Jones is coming in as well. Den now very low. The Chrono Break is available, so she will have to pop there and be forced out. Meanwhile, Marianne flashing away. Matt's coming in to lend some assistance, and that's the end of that trade. Both teams feeling like they don't want to go in anymore.
Yeah, good response coming in from the Braum to disengage. For the Darius, they might have a bit of a push towards the top side. I take that back as Lucian is showing at that turret.
There is a Leona waiting in the wings with the Solar Flare, so they might want to dive this if they can find an opportunity to do so. Instead, just taking the top tier 1 first.
Alright, that's another turret into the back pocket of Liap. They are going to back away now.
Got 4 structures already. Map is pretty wide open. Like, the line of vision is just going to move slowly and creep into the jungle as time goes on.
Hey, they have to absolutely at this point, but if you take a look at the bottom side, Amplify, they already have 1 deep ward and several river wards spotting out any potential movements in the bottom side of the jungle coming from Liap. So definitely need to invest a little bit more now that they've taken all the tier 1 turrets, in fact, on the side of Liap.
Alright, picking up the Twin Shadows already. So this is more or less what we expected when we saw the Glacial Augment Vigar build coming in. You get the GLP, you get the Twin Shadows for all the utility. The slows coming in means that Event Horizon, the stun, is much easier to land.
Yeah, and the fact that there wasn't much action in the mid lane really enabled Veigar to continue stacking the passive, and now I think we're beginning to see the Veigar come online in terms of being able to just one-shot the AD carry.
Whether they can get into position to do so is the question. True. Because of course Fofi is not going to be walking up, right? You're going to be at the back comfortably throwing out the bullet time. So it's a question about positioning and whether they can get into the right space.
Alright, 1 minute to Dragon Spawn. It's gonna be another mount. Important for both teams to take it. I think you really don't want your opponent getting it at this point.
The Darius is still in the top lane, does have teleport if she needs to make a global play. That being said, no good wards apart from the one in the Dragon Pit. Oh, Wicked walking in, though, actually taking a lot of damage to charge in the wrong direction. Here comes the teleport from the Darius Solar Flare, as well as the Lux Laser, doing absolutely nothing there. They flash forward and look for Marianne, and the Xenoblade is gonna connect, and this is extremely dead Darius. Now, they knock up the Glacial Fissure and the bullet time. Everyone getting ripped to shreds here. Liam is actually team fighting so well. Amplify now having to back off and low health bars all around. Only the AD carry as well as the mid laner left alive, and you saw there, the bullet time was just so instrumental winning the fight.
Yeah, you could see the decisiveness coming in from the side of Liap. They definitely had to be on the same page in order to pile that much damage onto the Darius. Had that Darius not died, I think Amplify was in a bit of a position to collapse on Liap. But alas, that was not the case. Liap do pick up several kills, as well as another Mountain Drake. They're getting pretty tanky at this point.
Yeah, slowly ramping up already. Yep, 14-3. The kill score right now. They've got a 4K goal lead. I think you're absolutely spot on with the idea of Darius coming in, and you know, there's maybe a bit of miscommunication. Had they pincered that fight with Darius, there's possibly a better opportunity for them.
Alright, for the next 5 minutes, the next objective is gonna be the Baron. You can see Amplify, they understand this, they're going in for a bit of a warding journey. Liap, on the other hand, they have just back to reset, so a little behind to this rotation.
The composition that Amplify has actually is pretty good at controlling space around Baron. Not to mention that Blade of the Ring King is the next item for Rev, so if they can finish it off, they take the objective pretty quickly. And they will need the Baron though if they want to siege up because of the range issues that they have. So even if they are a hit, right? Oh, hold on, flank coming in. There's Den and Yun here. They will find a single member here in the form of the Darius, the Chrono Break coming in. So this is actually pretty split. Quite a tough, difficult position to fight in. Amplify having to back off. The laser manages to find Marianne. Matt's now having to jump away. The bullet time is just going to do its work here. Wicked will be the sacrifice as the kill will go the way of Jones. Now everyone backing off though. I don't think Rev really wants to be here. Having to flash away. The double up almost finishing her off. The red buff will do so. You have to think the re-engage was a mistake there. 4 members go down. They pick up Den, but at what cost?
For sure, we're seeing Liab continuously being able to find these flanks onto the side of Amplify, and as a result of that, taking fights on their own terms is able to pick up several kills in each of these engagements, and now they're starting up the Baron. No health bars means not exactly sure if they're going to be able to finish it though.
There's no vision, so if Vigar was more wise to this, maybe she could have contested, but like we were saying, you know, with with enough damage, they will be able to pick it off.
Right now, significantly ahead, about 6k. It's up to them to sort of begin closing out this game, right? They have to continue playing the map as well as they have been. If they're able to look for these flanks continuously from this point, it's just gonna get more and more devastating as time goes on.
The Baron buff was taken in time for Echo to get it as well, I believe, respawned just before it went down. So this is all 5 members of Liab with Baron buff, which makes it a lot more difficult for Darius to split push and side lane like this. I don't think there's anyone that can really commit to dealing with Jones right now.
Yeah, that's the how carry bully top laners really work, like we were talking about in Champion Select, right? When you get a hit against another carry bully top laner, you're just, you know, marginally more ahead than if you were against a tank, right? You're able to continue pushing up these side lanes, play the 1-4 for your team. And yeah, like you said, I think they have to commit at least 2 members dealing with Jones. And even then, it's not 100%.
Oh, buddy, you don't take this fight. Marianne actually pulling Jones in.
Just a bit of poke. Darius style poke, pull you in, clap you one time, and walk away. We do see a 4-stack coming in from Liab, though. You saw how many members Amplify had to commit to chasing away the clan bottom side, which just leaves this turret open and ripe for the taking. Liab gonna take it, no problem.
Exactly like you said, you know, Vigar having to commit to bot to sort of deal with the push means that man advantage is on the top side.
Yep, 18-4. They're just gonna continue ferrying these minions in towards the top lane inhibitor turret. Good wave clear coming in from the side of Amplify means that they aren't gonna find too much of that, though. We can see that in all 3 lanes, actually, there are minions being pushed into turrets. So it's gonna get increasingly difficult for the side of Amplify to clear them out.
I want to highlight something. Jones actually bought Executioner's Calling, and that is like, I'm slow clapping right now, because how often do you see people actually understand, oh, Darius gets healing from Q. If I buy Executioners, I guarantee you win every trade. That is just good fundamentals.
You're just making it go from bad to worse for this Darius. 0, 4, and 3 having to go into Executioner's Calling. Being forced out even under her own turret here, just getting whacked by the large minion now.
And it's like if you walk in, well, I don't know, man. Just have to concede this space and be very careful, because Den is coming in. They can force this dive. In fact, there was vision there. Oh, flashing away was able to get out of safety. Then Marianne will give this bot tier 2 over, and the next dragon is going to be spawning in a couple of seconds, so they can just transit over after taking this objective.
Yep, smart movements on the map coming in from the Echo. Just barely escaping was the Darius. The bear trap on the rope just not connecting. Just then they are going to pick up the 3rd Mountain Drake for themselves, now getting significantly tanky at this point. Just 1 more to go for the soul.
They're looking for the soul as the next key win condition. Remember that Mountain Soul does give you that shield, and I think it is one of the more valuable souls that you can take. Like Cloud Dragon, Cloud Soul is meh. Ocean Soul is decent. Inferno is great, but Mountain is like the best because it makes sieging so easy.
Yeah, Mountain is like the universal favorite, I think, for most compositions. At this point, you can see Rev not having the best of times. I mean, I think we've harped on this already. Lucian is not going to get a hit at any point going forward. Now, I think she has passed any potential power spike that she could have had. At this point, she's just going to be backline damage, and honestly, she's not going to be able to shred tanks all that well either. I
can guarantee you in these teamfights, what we'll be looking at is the Echo diving the backline, the Rev struggling to stay alive just by nature of how sticky Echo is. It's going to be difficult. Let's be very honest here. It's going to be difficult for Rev to deal significant and impactful damage.
All eyes on the Veigar now. Lux Laser missing her mark. But yeah, for any damage that we might see coming out from Team Amplify here, it's going to be coming from the 4-1 Veigar. Stacking in the mid lane for 28 minutes now is going to be quite strong. But then again, on the side of Liab, you have so many tools to just engage on this backline squishy Veigar. So we're going to see how the next few fights play out.
proxying the wave very dangerous here. You never want to walk up and catch the wave before your own, because you don't know if there is a Echo sitting in the wings waiting to flank you like that.
Yeah, that's basically the job. Just sit out of vision and threaten Team Amplify with potential flanks with the parallel convergence.
Spooky Ghost will spot out Den on the flank. Meanwhile, it's going to be a 3-man mid-push coming in.
Oh.
Lux Laser is going to find Braum, but with the Unbreakable, it neutralizes a lot of the damage coming in. Meanwhile, losing Singularity, forcing them away. Decent zone coming in.
Yeah, importantly for Team Amplify right now, the Baron buff has in fact expired, so it's going to be that much easier for them to clear out these waves. Then again, impeccable pressure from Liab means that they are going to be able to continue ferrying these minions to crash on Amplify's turrets.
It's more of attrition right now, how much chip damage can we put down before they finally pull the trigger, and now they are going in. The Event Horizon is going to catch the Leona. Here comes the bullet time, but it's in a pretty poor position, so it's not really going to do all too much damage. Losing Singularity with Chung rev down again, and right now I think they managed to hold off the push momentarily.
Yeah, there's not much else for Liab to do at this point, right? They're just going to continue pushing slowly the minions into the turrets, and every time a minion wave crashes, that's a small chunk of damage that will eventually add up going onto the side of Team Amplify's turrets. Next objective is going to be spawning. I believe it is the Baron buff in less than a minute. Probably going to see Liab transition over towards the Baron pit now.
Completely no vision on the Baron area for Amplify, so they are blind in the top half of the jungle, whereas Liab has actually put wards in the entryways to the jungle.
Yeah, interested to see whether or not Liab is going to push up the ward line further into Team Amplify's jungle before starting up the Baron. I think we've seen a couple of times not having ample vision in the enemy jungle has resulted in, I'll say, unfavorable traits around the Baron buff.
Bit of a pause coming in. What's your call here? Like, if you're a doctor and you have to prescribe some sort of remedy for the situation, how would you sort of advise Amplify play this one out? Like, do you actually want to contest the Baron right here?
No, well, if you're able to contest the Baron, that's good. You'll have to have pretty good lane assignments, though. You have to push out a lot of minion waves in order to get to the point of being able to comfortably contest around the Baron pit. But even then, I don't think you have enough damage as Amplify to go for a full-on fight. So I think what you want to do is, because Liab don't exactly have the best siege composition, right? They haven't been able to push down all too many turrets. I think Amplify, they're able to just hunker down.
Right.
If they're able to absorb enough experience, if they are able to absorb enough gold from these incoming minion waves, I think that's one avenue from which they can get their way back into this game. But even so, it's going to take more than about 10 minutes for them to get to a point where they're comfortable going into a hit-on 5v5.
Do you think that they should put all their eggs in the Vigar basket, or kind of split the share between all three of these carries, as it were, air quotes? So the Darius and Vigar and Lucian all have to sort of share the gold in their lane assignments?
I think at this point, yeah, you funnel everything into Vigar. You try to protect him as best as you can, because let's face it, Lucian's not gonna be doing too much damage, nothing too significant. Darius 0, 4, and 3. He's building towards tanky stats at this point. He's not gonna do that much damage. Basically, what you need is a tanky, meaty front line in front of your Veigar, who has to basically stay alive and deal out consistent damage.
So right now we already have Darius, like you said, moving towards that direction. Hopefully all-inning the Vigar basket will work out for them. Goal lead after that Baron power play has grown to about 5k right now.
It's actually pretty even, actually. There's not much Baron power play, because before that you actually saw it was still 5k, so good on Amplify for absorbing the pressure coming through from Liab. They did lose, I think it was 2 turrets, but they've held the line as best as they could, given the circumstances.
Right now, the lane assignments coming in. Jones will be playing on the bot lane with teleport available, means that she should be super comfortable buying space for her team. If the pressure is there, they will have to commit the Darius and possibly one more. I don't think Marianne can safely take on Jones at this point.
Yeah, we are returning to this state, right? You put Jones in a side lane, and if Amplify decide they're going to commit multiple members to deal with this Kled, well, that's just the go signal for Liab to take whatever they want on the map. Because they're just so strong that even if it's a 4v4, even if it's a 4v5, they're fine taking that trade. It just makes it easier if Jones is able to absorb potentially 2 members and make it a 4v3.
Right now, both teams trying to fight for lane prio in the mid lane. Having the waves for it means that you have safe vision being gained for your team.
Yep, brief safety on the side of Amplify. Oh, clearing out more wards is Liab though. Not making it very easy for Amplify to get any sort of foothold around this objective. I'm not sure if that ward behind the Baron is actually not spotted out, so they will have consistent vision on the Baron buff. They are actually starting up on side of Liab.
It will be started up, and right now though, Amplify have full knowledge of this play coming in. This Baron is falling very quickly. It's down to 9,000 already. All eyes on where the Wicked can steal this. She's way too far away. You have to think it's down to 5,000. If Rito Meiji can steal this, it might just be big for her team as the bind comes through. Here comes the bullet time, but it's only going to catch the back line. They're coming in for the play. They're looking for the steal, but no, it's going to be claimed by Misfortune. And now, do Amplify fight or do they back off? Because they've been stunned up in the back line, and the CC is following through. Meiji still doing a lot of damage, actually managing to pick up the Kled, and Riv actually jumping forward onto then the Chrono Break, keeping her alive still. You have to think that they have overcommitted here, and Amplify have reached for too much, and they are getting burned.
Whew. Huge stun from the Leona as well as the remnants of the charge from the Kled ult, allowing Liab to just get in the backline of Amplify, basically shut down the entirety of the Amplify roster. And now they're just going to run down these minions, now Baron empowered towards the base. And there's a possibility here that they just straight up end the game.
Very possible that they can look for the finish here, as the respawn timers are still in the mid ranges. The first person to come up is going to be Matt in 10 seconds, and because they have the Sheen on Den, they might be able to take this very quickly.
Yeah, at this point, you can't really defend. Vega's just playing solo queue, has all the kills on her team, so without her alive, it's going to be very difficult to defend, and as it were, Liab just managed to pick up the win.
Moving forward once more, another step closer to getting back into the grand finals. Commiserations, unfortunately, for Amplified, fought a very close game. It was really neck and neck all up till the Baron, you have to think. And that play, even when the Baron was being attempted by Liab, I was like, okay, do they really want to fight here? Because it looks very dicey, especially against a Vigar.
But it actually looked like it was it went better than it could have gone. I think that was one of the better outcomes that we could have seen from that team fight overall. Tons of damage coming out from the side of Misfortune.
Yeah, look at the damage, right, from Misfortune. It's insane. Every fight, even though the bullet time might not be connecting with 5 members, just casting it alone buys so much space for your team to reorganize and sort of decide if they want to go in or back off, because it's such a strong zoning tool.
Yeah, basically, this bot lane has been Misfortune favorite for the entirety of the game. Unfortunately, the Lucian wasn't able to come online. There was only really one damage threat, which was the Veigar, who unfortunately in this game seemed like was just playing solo queue.
Unfortunate. But with that, guys, we will be going for a short break. When we come back, we will have the next match up for you. Of course, stay tuned to the stream because the brackets and all that will be coming up soon as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are in our lower bracket finals between Sunzu as well as Liab. We've been following the journey of Liab since the start of today. They've been battling their way through the lower bracket. I think this is their third game now, so if they do win this, they will be proceeding onward to play Ardent Esports in the grand finals. And I think Liab has made a pretty good case for themselves as why they are worthy to be the Philippine representatives for the second time in the FSL circuit.
Yeah, definitely. We did talk about this. Not the best performances yesterday, but I think they've cleaned up their performances quite a bit. And they've been able to pick 2 wins in a row. But if anyone's going to be able to stop them, I think it's going to be Sunzu. They did it yesterday with some excellent clean play. Now they pick themselves up the Orn as we are in Champion Select.
Oh my goodness, they got the Orn, but immediate counter pick coming out. It's the Braum, and I love that Liab understand this. Because Call of the Forge God is, of course, blockable with the Unbreakable.
Yep.
So if you pick Braum, it neutralizes the re-engage potential of the Orn. Of course, the Brittle is still a problem, right? The knockups as well as all the CC amplifying effects of the Brittle is still an issue. But now they have the bot lane of Lucian Braum, which is something they were up against the previous game. Now this time having to pick it for themselves. Jarvan now for Sunzu. So this team on the blue side understanding what the power picks are. Leona left open could possibly be an option for them, but in this case they go for the Orianna wombo combo again. You think?
That's what they've been doing basically the entirety of yesterday. So no mystery as to see why they're going back towards that composition. It's been very successful, only faltering against Ardent Esports, who is now waiting in the grand
They're
finals.
like the final boss, right? So Ardent Esports are just comfortable sitting and watching and reading and taking notes, right? So right now they're locking the Trundle here, even though they were hovering the Echo, and one might think that the Echo might have some trouble in this against wombo combo composition because if they offload all their damage up front, not enough time for you to chrono break, and your team dying around you with you using chrono break just feels bad,
You're not going to be a chrono break basically if you get 100 to 0 in like 0.1 seconds basically. We do see the Trundle definitely have a bit more tanky stats to steal this time. You do have the Orn, gonna get very tanky. The Jarvan also nominally tankier than some of the other junglers.
Of course, you would always be looking at the Orn if you want to out someone. I think it's the prime target to go for. Second round of bans coming out seem to be very bot lane focused. We see the Leona, we see the Morgana. LeBlanc is going to be removed from the pool, and I think that's sort of to get the mid lane a decent matchup. Of course, LeBlanc one of the trickier champions to play into if you're Orianna. Of course, it can be navigated. I feel like my perspective of Orianna is a very stable champion. Like it's the perfect champion if you want to go even lane. Like it's not difficult to just go even lane if you're comfortable on Orianna.
Yeah, we even did see Orianna go even in lane yesterday, and once we got to the team fight stages, she just absolutely popped off. So Orianna, a very stable pick, doesn't really need too many resources devoted to her. That is gonna be a Renekton locked in to go up against the Orn, though a lane bully against a stable rock in the top lane.
So hovering the Kai'Sa now. You know what I would actually like here? I would like to see them pick up Xayah Rakan. So even though you do have the makings of wombo combo, the Rakan is very flexible in the fact that you can force engage and you can also defend and deflect aggression for your Xayah. So I would have liked to see that, but instead they're going for a Kai'Sa Nami, which is double range matchup into a Braum who might have some trouble here, as well as being able to out-sustain and out-attrition your opponents.
If you get later on in the game, and if you're on the side of Liab, you make one false move, and you are basically in the air for the entirety of your life.
We're definitely going to see that. Like, no doubt about it. When the Braum, when the Orn joins in, if you can't block the Call of the Forge God, you just get juggled for days.
Yeah, we're going to see Lux once again, though not exactly sure if this is the best pick. We saw her do relatively okay, but I think in the previous game it was really up to the rest of the team to carry her.
Like Jones was having a really good game earlier just by virtue of being a top lane threat, calling a lot of attention. Of course, the bot lane themselves, all they had to do was skill. MF just needed to pop off, right? So I get what you're saying. This Lux is not necessarily the best, but we talked about the idea of a comfort pick, and her lasers were actually catching multiple members in team fights. She was always tagging 2 members at least and helping provide utility for a team in the form of the shield.
You talked a little bit about Jones, right? I think I want to focus this on this top laner. We've seen her pick up Set, now Renekton, and I believe in the previous game it was Kled.
Yeah.
3 very, very strong lane bullies, and she's been having amazing performances on all 3 champions. If she's able to continue popping off on this Renekton, it's going to be one win condition that they can rely on going into Sanzuru.
I feel like in this patch in particular, we talked about it, but the idea of top lane being a bit more isolated compared to the previous patches where people literally live in the top lane, right? You 2v2 top lane with the jungler all the time, but right now it's very isolated because early attention tends to be focused on taking the dragon first and then either lane swapping over to take the Rift Herald, otherwise you just play mid jungle aggro and try to control the map from having mid prio. So we don't see top laners get all too much attention anymore. That being said, if you can find yourself an isolated advantage, as Jones has been doing, I think it's a great win condition for your team.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You're going up against Ornn. In the previous few matchup, we saw her, going against other lane bullies. And fortunately for Jones, she has been able to basically body all of them. It's going to be significantly more difficult to defeat Ornn in this top lane, though. As you know, when Ornn goes behind, she just builds more tanky stats. And at some point in the game, it just gets so difficult to kill her. It's not worth trying anymore.
What you can do in this matchup, and what I've seen certain Ornn players do, is they start the game with double potion, right?
Yeah.
And then they just wait out the gold, and then eventually they get another 50 gold. They buy or build, as the animation looks like, another Doran shield, so they get extra pot to sustain with, and they basically play non-interactive. They try their best not to trade with the Renekton or any aggressive lane bully if they don't have to. And they're okay just waiting for level 6 or when the jungler comes to maybe alleviate pressure, right? As long as you don't get dove, which is honestly still quite hard to do against Ornn, you can't really dive him free, you should be fine when it approaches the team fight level.
I feel like with all these champions though on the side of Sanzu, it's not the easiest lanes for Jarvan for the gank.
Yeah.
I think Ornn is pretty okay just staying by himself. So is the Orianna and the Kai'Sa Nami. I think they're pretty okay just farming up as well against the likes of Lucian
The Lux
Braum.
is probably where you want to attack.
True.
Yeah, you probably want to burn flash and re-gank the Lux very early on. If you can get her to base on bad timings, and what I mean by bad timing is basically your Orianna gets Lost Chapter and Lux doesn't. You have full mid prio because of the mana regen you get from Lost Chapter. Consistently push her in, then her wave clear is also very difficult. Like, she doesn't have clean wave clear, as I put it. You have to kind of auto the minions after you use the Lucent Singularity to kind of kill off the back line. As compared to something like Orianna, where you QW at a certain level, the wave just is gone, right?
Yeah. And Lux, no teleport. That's going to be a barrier if that's burnt as well. Sure, she has more defensive stats, she has more defensive capabilities in case the Jarvan jumps in. But once those summoner spells are gone, like you alluded to earlier, it's just so much more difficult for this champion to stay in lane.
Really about the base timings, I think, especially when you're playing something like Lux, something like Ahri, very mana intensive wave clear champions. If you do get them at the right time, or you force them to base on unopportune moments, that's when you actually find your advantage.
100%. We will be jumping in the game shortly after. I think we talked a little bit about both compositions. Obviously, Lucian Braum. I think we have to focus on this a little bit more.
Right.
Because we did see in the previous game against Liab, this pair was not able to get a hit. Wondering whether or not it just comes down to execution or whether the champions, they aren't just, that good in the current patch.
I feel like there is a lot of early game strength with Lucian Braum, especially if you can isolate and call your targets properly. So what that means is essentially you have to, whoever the Winter's Bite or the auto attacks from Braum tag, you have to focus and burst very, very quickly. If you spread your damage, as with most situations, you tend not to find the advantage there. Against Kai'Sa Nami though, Kai'Sa has dropped quite a lot in terms of power. I don't like that she is sort of forced to build Stormrazor right now. The stats on Stormrazor is not something you want. So I've been experimenting with a lot of different builds. Mana Immune takes too long to come online.
Yeah.
Stormrazor gives you crit, which you don't want. Like, crit does not give you any of your evolves, right? The old Stormrazor, for sure, you just attack speed and damage. That's fine, but now you have to build crit. It doesn't cost as, it's not as cost efficient, right? So she has no clean itemization path, which makes her power spikes a lot more delayed. Last time, if you go for Stormrazor, Mana Immune, and a pickaxe, you get the very early Q evolve. Q evolve now can take as long as up to level 11.
Yes.
Yeah, last time you could get it at level 8, level 9. So this is when things get a bit dicey. If you don't hit your right power spikes, I think Fofi on Lucian will definitely exploit that, with Essence Reaver giving her more immediate power than Kai'Sa's slow climb.
Yeah, basically that's why I think Kai'Sa has really dipped in terms of priority. Obviously, still quite a strong pick if you're able to get a hit earlier on in the game. Speaking about game, we've jumped onto Summoner's Rift. And if you take a look at all the keystones, Orianna has in fact picked herself up the Unsealed Spellbook.
Okay, that's actually pretty good because Unsealed Spellbook, you can take an aggressive trade, and this is what I'm talking about, right? The earlier point about forcing them back. When you have Unsealed Spellbook, what happens is you take a very aggressive trade early, you TP, come back, cheat the recall, and then swap to something like an Ignite. Invato might be coming in, Sunako will see the Renekton backing off, though the Aqua Prison catches 2 members, and no light binding from Rocks means that Sunako is just gonna laugh and walk away, even though she did skill Aqua Prison level 1, which is not ideal, gets her out to safety.
Yep, does spot out a majority of the members of Liab in that bush though, so they do have a little bit of information, knowing where everyone is at the moment. Unfortunately, the rest of Sanzu does not capitalize on it. You can see there's only one shallow river ward being placed by the Orianna. Or rather, I believe it's by the Jarvan.
Yeah, Jarvan.
Yeah.
Jarvan put the ward, backed off, swapped the sweeper. Love that the Jarvan is actually starting on red side. Or excuse me, rather blue side. So this allows Zakia to path down to finish at red and maybe go a bit more aggressive or cover the aggression of the Lucian Braum early on. This Raptor ward is also going to give them information of how Den paths. So right now, if you are Jarvan, this is the perfect setup for you. You have a rough idea of where they are starting and how you can path down. The moment you see Den moving to the top side to touch red buff, that's when you can make something happen.
Okay, he's now on the Grom. Might actually get level 2. Actually, no, does have level 2.
Yeah.
Might actually get level 3 relatively quickly. They're actually mirroring each other's movements right now in the jungle.
This is actually really smart because both of them understand what is the most optimal way to get levels. It's usually either you full clear the blue side or you do buff Gromp into red. The first one is more efficient in terms of clearing out one whole side of your jungle. The second one allows you to gank quicker.
Alright then, spending a little time placing down a ward in the river, so does trade a little bit of tempo for some information, well, potential information. Not sure if Jarvan's gonna walk down there or not, but Jarvan already on her way, level 3, down to the red buff.
Of course, the Jarvan's wave clear, I say wave clear, jungle's clear, Jarvan's jungle clear timing is much better compared to the Trundle, so she will be able to take this much quicker.
We do see the fact that Kai'Sa Nami is pushed up, so we're not gonna see too much aggression coming out from the Jarvan. No way for her to go down and look for a gank.
So, 2 things could have happened there. With bot lane pushing up, knowing that Nami took Aqua Prison, you could have just hard forced bot lane with Trundle walking down. Because you clear blue, you can actually come and force this, right? That reply would then require Jarvan to come and cover the bot lane, but because both junglers playing non-interactive, they just want to clear their jungle and back off, it's fine. This is not going to get punished. Kai'Sa Nami will be fine.
Alright, well, gonna see Den move into the enemy jungle. Not gonna spot out the Gromp, so is gonna be taking an uncontested Scuttle Crab. I don't believe either jungler has been spotted out at this point though.
Nope, they will swap sides, so this is like estimated guesswork where you have a rough idea of where they are. You can see the missing pings already, so Jarvan's like, if I'm taking this, the top side should belong to Trundle. Looking for the level 3 dive, but the wave isn't stacked up well enough, or at least coming up to cover this.
Yep, just a little lack of action. I can see both junglers actually trying to do a little bit of something in the enemy team's jungle, but teleport now being expended.
Flash was burnt earlier as well,
What?
Jones. So that was a 1v1 flash burn, I believe, coming in, just simply playing the matchup better.
Alright. Now gets a pretty good recall timing as well, having pushed the Ornn under the turret. You would think that the Rector now walking back the lane is going to have a teleport advantage for the next 5 minutes.
Teleport advantage, flash advantage as well. So we're looking for the level 6 all-in. She did go for double longsword, which means it's a lot of damage. And potentially that should give her the edge if she wants to take the trade. But like I was saying earlier, right? If you play Ornn, you don't really want to trade all too much. You just find losing the lane gracefully or going even. Because your value is in team fights. Your value isn't in, you know, solo kittling and bullying people out unless they misplay.
Yeah, the onus is on the on Jones and Den to look for something to happen in this top lane, right? If nothing really happens, I think Endeavor just happy going even. You can see CS is about negligible at this point, so pretty happy in this top lane is Endeavor.
Converging on the bot half of the map though, we see a lot of pings now on the Ocean Dragon, the first one to spawn in fact. So we will not have a string of Oceans later on in the game. You know, Sunako is going to spot out the rotations coming in. Very dangerous, Jarvan's around, the Aqua Prison is going to catch the Braum. But with the slow, they should be able to end the aggression there. Now this is a problem, it's going to be pushing in. They know Jarvan is in the bot side. How greedy are they to overextend to this point knowing that Jarvan is around?
Fortunately for them, Jarvan is walking away, but they do not yet have that information. Sanzu here just pulling off a little bit of a freeze.
Yeah, okay.
Lucian is not going to be able to unlock this just yet, being a bit of a low-range AD carry himself.
You can see they're like legit scared because they are hedging their bets that Jarvan might be around this area, so they can't step up to CS. They're just staying in EXP range, but they can't CS.
Yeah, this is definitely very, very favorable for the side of Sanzu. Jarvan now on the top side, but this freeze in the bottom lane is actually still going fairly well. You can see it's about a two-wave advantage for Kai'Sa now.
One thing I realized is that Den has not punished bot lane at all. Multiple occasions, Hell and Sunako have either pushed up aggressively,
True.
or they've created a freeze, and like that's when you need the jungler to come down and start, breaking freezes and punishing. So it's very tricky right now unless the jungler is on point and knows how to counteract this.
I don't even recall Den actually going towards the bottom side. I just think it's not like something that this jungler prioritizes all that much, even though, Dragon is something that you might want to look at.
Both mid laners hitting level 6 already. Whereas Rocks did go for Amplify 2 and oh, hold on. Final Spark coming in. They're looking for the kill there. Sunako actually still very low. Will catch the winner's bite is Hell. Well, like I said, they managed to force the back timing here. This is kind of dangerous, even though they're starting this one up. They don't have the prio in the mid lane. Bot lane should be able to collapse soon. Eventually, Ocean Dragon, I think, will go the way of the Yab here. Our top side solo kill might come through. Jones is actually getting the damage down, and never one more. Call the Meek will get the first blood. Ruthless Predator gives it to her. We saw Call of the Forge God being used earlier by Endeavor to sort of stop the all-in potential, but Jones still manages to find an isolated advantage by herself.
Yep, plays across the map coming in favor of Liab. You did see that Jarvan had actually backed instead of covering the Dragon, which allowed basically zero contest when Liab took down that jungle objective. Does manage to pick up first blood as well on the Renekton. We're beginning to see, the makings of Jones
This is
popping
problematic.
off as well.
Yep, this is problematic. So once she hits Tiamat, Ornn can still gracefully sit in lane and play the matchup, but that solo kill should not have happened. That was a big mistake.
100%. You can see Zakia is now sort of shadowing the top lane, trying to make something happen, but Renekton now backing. He's going to pick up several more items, I believe, and he's just going to make it that much harder for Zakia to try for any sort of gank.
I remember we were talking about bot lane earlier about how, the Kai'Sa has set up the freeze. They've been unpunished for quite a while. The first item she buys is a tier, and that is 0 combat stats. You're basically slow charging that, right? How many spells are you legitimately going to cast to the point that your mana immune is going to be stacked up in time? This puts them on another 7 to 8 minute pause while the Kai'Sa scales up.
Yeah, not to mention she went for the tier and another Doran's Blade, which you're going to have to sell that. It's not going to build into anything, so that's just a bit of a gold sink. And Zakia looking like he's going to get collapsed on now.
Collapse coming through, but not enough distance covered by the members of the Yab.
Yeah, fortunately for Zakia, did manage to make it to the mid lane where they have priority.
Liab classic, right? The moment Ocean Dragon goes down, they swap over to Rift Herald and they will 5-man this if they need to. Actually falling very low already, it's down to 1,000. I don't think it's going to be stolen away. In fact, will be smited here by Den. Members of the Liab will walk away with this objective for free, whereas Hell and Sunako will push up the bot lane. Like we said earlier, even though they have space, there's still a pause timer running for how fast she scales up.
Yeah, clean play coming in on the macro scale for Liab. Not going to trade it for too much since you were able to pick up one plate, but they're going to get a reply here as they put down Rift Herald in the mid lane.
They should just all in on this Rift Herald here, try to get as many plates as possible. Remember, the amount of caster minutes here is pretty decent. Everyone's going to get about 100 gold as the Shockwave comes through. A decent flag and drag knocks them all up. At the edge of it though, Brawl manages to get out with the flash and the heal from Fofi, so they will find a kill, some plates, and another solo kill in the top side once more.
Yeah, this is just getting worse and worse for the side of Sensu, but they're going in again.
Oh, going in again, Killer Instinct in Hell now getting rooted by the Light Binding. Maybe a bit too overreaching there in the mid lane. They were trying their best to get something out of it, but they overreached and will still manage to get some damage down onto the turret plates though. Flashing away, Nami doesn't want to stick around. Sunako actually got tagged up by the winner's bite there.
Yeah, never-ending fight in the mid lane. You can see that Senzu is actually getting a little desperate, right? They're throwing a lot of resources into trying to make something happen against Liab, but nothing is really coming back in terms of return on investment. You can see Jones is now happily pushing up, taking several solo plates as well as 2 kills. This is a very strong Renekton.
Yeah, look at the goal difference as
Whoa.
well. It's 1.7 in favor of Jones, who has done this all by herself, by the way. From plates, from solo kills, and just garnering her own individual advantage.
It's looking not very graceful on the side of Ornn. Definitely could have played this much better. Jones is once again in a very comfortable position.
You have to think maybe she should have started with a bit more of a defensive opening. Now that she's been solo killed twice, things are getting a bit more dire. In fact, if Liab wants to dive this right now, they can very well do so. I'm curious to see how big the wave has been stacked up too. It's actually pretty big here. It's about 1.5 coming in. So this should definitely be a dive with the ultimate of Den available. They're going to use the challenging smite, pop the out. Using the knockup though, buys her some space. Not even alive long enough to use the second cast of the Call of the Forge God. So Liab with an execution, perfectly executed dive.
Yeah, perfectly executed dive, especially now expending the teleport of the Orianna. I think Ornn actually died before teleport completed, so that's just the amount of sheer damage that they have stacked on both the Renekton and Lee Trundle.
But that's the thing though, we saw this yesterday and we were like, oh, Liab fundamentally understand how to play dives, they know how to abuse the Renekton power. It's just, the execution was kind of lacking yesterday. This time they're like, you know what, we'll be very clean today. Let's show the casters how clean we can get.
Yep, definitely quite surprised with the level of improvement that they've actually come with today.
Fofi actually getting caught out a little here. Good stun though on top of the Jarvan, puts her very low, and the culling is just barely enough to finish her off.
Yeah, it's 2k in the goal lead right now, since Zhu looking more and more desperate as time goes on. It's a very, very clean game so far. Nothing, absolutely nothing.
I want to say it's a miracle run from the lower bracket, but let's be honest, they earned every single step that they've, every single win that they've had today.
This is lower bracket finals, and they are just about perfect gaming this right now. I don't think this is any sort of miracle run. I'm just happy that they've cleaned up their play.
Yep. Both they're just proxying the waves. They're like, you know what, it's fine. You can take the tower plates, I just want some gold.
Yeah, at this point, Endeavor is in no position to fight Jones about 2 levels. This is a discrepancy, and I think it's still above 2k. It's the gold difference as well.
Now we were talking about the team fight power of Ornn. Sure, you lose lane. It's what you can get done with the wombo combos in team fights, right? So I want to keep my eye on whether Yun is going to be able to block the Call of the Forge God first, and whether they can sync their ultimates in time. Because when we saw Sun Tzu at their best, it was always when they were layering their CC properly. The example we had was a Bounty Castle, right? It's Jarvan knockup, it's Ornn knockup, it's Shockwave, all these mixed together. Now you have a Tidal Wave added on top of that. Whether they can layer it, it's going to be important.
But what happens when you layer everything perfectly? You get all your skill shots down, but now they're all on cooldown, and the entirety of the enemy team is still alive. That's what we're dealing with here. This is how far ahead Liab can potentially get in the upcoming team fights.
I won't go so far as to say like if you hit everything perfectly, they'd still be standing, but the first order of business is landing perfectly executed perfectly executed ultimates.
Alright, tower plating gonna fall very, very soon. I don't think. Oh, we're going in again.
And then Will finds a Kia here. Flag and Drag will be up in a couple of seconds. Instead turns around with the Cataclysm and the Shockwave. So they will find Zakia here. Yeah, now having to back off. It's a 1-for-1 trade between junglers. Great block on the Call of the Forge God means the Endeavor can do nothing here. Glacial Fissure to buy some space. They're actually turning their attention over onto Endeavor. Here comes the teleport from Jones. You have to be very careful as the Killer Instinct is used by Hell to jump into the back line. Fofi now running away. Jones might want to be a bit more careful about how she's getting kited as she's moving onto the back line, looking for Missy Hops as well as the AD carry. Mid and bot laners being paired up here, trying to kite away. Flashing out though, Missy Hops says, I don't want any more of this. Jones is just too much of a monster, so I ain't sticking around. I'll give the kills over. Oh! Final Spark.
Nice.
As the name suggests, that is a very dead Orianna.
Yep, misplays all across the board, I think. Focusing on the Ornn was Liab throughout most of that fight. I'm not sure if that was the best target selection, even though, you know, they were both on the same page. Definitely could have focused in on one of the higher damage dealers on the side of Sun Tzu.
In the grand scheme of things though, I do believe it was the Lucian, Braum and Trundle that went down. So at the end it's a 3-for-3 trade. All the 3 kills picked up by Liab was on Jones, whereas on the other side, very well mixed. Oh, actually it was a 4 because they got the final spark on the end as well.
That's true.
So yeah.
Alright, 5-0 and 1 on the Renekton like we were talking about before. Is a very strong champion right now. Not exactly sure how you're gonna deal with him. At this point, I think Renekton can actually just sit in one of the side lanes, and you have to at least commit, I'm gonna say 3 members to dealing with that push.
Yeah, and the 3 members you commit must be a specific. You can't bring Nanami and Jarvan and hope that something's gonna happen, right? I think you really have to bring both the Orianna and the Jarvan up to the top lane if you wanna deal with the Renekton.
Yeah, and that's not what you want, right? That's 2 of your major damage dealers going in to deal with 1 threat. Fortunately, for the side of Sanzu, Jones did have to expend teleport to get into that fight, so we're not gonna see that side lane threat from the Renekton all that much just yet.
Level 8 still doesn't have the evolve on the Icathian range, so this is problematic. She's finally charging up her mana immune, trying to get some chip damage on bot tier 1.
Yeah, chip damage is just about all they're gonna get at this point. You can see Liab, 4-man stack. They're moving towards the bottom side as Dragon is gonna spawn within the next minute.
This is so clean. I love that they understand, okay, what is our timers? When do we have to prep around this area? What vision do we need? Because there's this trifecta. Make that 4 control wards. At first, there were 3 very good control wards in their own jungle to give them access to the river. And now the rest of the vision is just almost perfect here in the bottom half.
Yeah, quad factor of control wards around the Dragon Pit, basically just choking out the entirety of Sanzu.
As our observer is showing us, completely
around
blind.
that pit. Alright, we are gonna see Lux and Trundle. They actually pushed up the wave, so they now have priority around the bot side, but a little too early, as the Dragon hasn't spawned yet.
They're spamming pings in the mid because Jones is just literally sitting on the mid tier 2 and auto-attacking. They're like, okay, we have to deal with this crocodile sooner or later.
And now that they are dealing with it, they are pathing towards the Dragon. Guess what? Renekton is just gonna go towards the top side and auto-attack the top turret.
Moving over to the top side, this split push coming through. This is a window for them to play the wombo combo though, because Call of the Forge God is coming in and is not really blocked in time. Look at the backline, absolutely eviscerated here as Hell jumps in. Zakia still very low and Liab will lick their wounds and back off. And that's the wombo combo we're talking about. If you land the skill shots required, you can actually find the fight. And right there, they get their Mountain Dragon and they get Fofi as well.
Yeah, absolutely tons of damage coming across from the side of Sanzu. Able to pick up, I believe it was 2 kills? 1 kill? 1 kill onto the AD carry of Liab. But take a look at this. Jones in the top side is still pushing in relentlessly. That was a 4v5 fight. And this turret, Ornn is going to path up, but should actually be able to make it in time.
Yeah, she might be able to take this one and back off. Actually, a lot of damage from Mr. Renekton. A couple autos will finish it off. Endeavor here trying her best to defend, but to no avail. Meanwhile, the bot side, tier 1 will fall. So it's a trade of turrets, but some might argue that the top tier 2 was much harder and therefore more worth it.
Yeah, signs of life still from the side of Sanzu. I like to see that the desperation plays that we saw before are no longer rather coming through. So if we continue to see these wombo combo team fights in favor of them, it could lead into not only the equalizing of the goal, but a slight advantage towards the side of Sanzu.
They're grouped up around bot tier 1, so Liab gonna throw the Rift Herald down and make this play happen.
Yeah, you can see Sanzu, they're also rotating down, but they're a little slow on the draw. It's at least going to be 1 turret. I'm not sure if I don't think you actually get a turret in the second.
Because Jones has joined in now, and that Renekton is like 2 people.
True.
So I'd be very hesitant to pick this fight if I was Sanzu. In fact, just pop the Rift Herald, and then back off, reset the waves, completely fine. Fighting in the jungle is pretty disastrous for Liab though. Small chokes make it very easy for the wombo combos to work. It's like National Geographic when a fish walks in and sees an alligator, you're like, nah man, I'm not down for that. Hold on, then falling very low already, getting knocked up. Here comes the wombo combo on the backline. Final spark, not really doing anything, and then will die. Killer Instinct into the backline. Jones actually getting kited away from the tidal wave, trying, or rather being used to knock them all up. Using the Call of the Forge God on the backline, they're all very low. The health bars now are scattered, and that's the shutdown. Finally, Sanzu making the team fight work in their favor. They managed to get 2 kills in the form of Jones and Dennett. They all live, albeit with very low health bars.
Yeah, that's a huge misplay coming from Liab. Not exactly sure why you take that fight against the composition that Sanzu have drafted for themselves. You give over 2 kills, and that just increases the chances of Senzu to find their way back into this game.
Remember he said if Braum can block Call of the Forge God, sure, fight by all means, but completely failed there, you know, wasn't even activated. And with the knockups, the ability to kite and play in these chokes just become that much more dangerous for Senzu.
Right, a bit of a reset coming in across the map now. Importantly, in that fight, we did see Renekton getting shut down. I believe that was 850 gold going into the pockets of Senzu, so that's going to be a hefty chunk of gold that they can make something happen with now. I believe the next objective is going to be the Baron, but we aren't seeing too much vision control coming down for either team.
Don't really have the damage profile to do Baron just yet, or the tankiness. You think that Ornn is at the level, but actually will take too long for them to feasibly finish it off. So the play right now, I think, is you don't really have to set up for objectives as so much as you need to prep the side lanes properly right now. The lane assignments are super important. So Jones is being sent to the top side, has teleport, so she will be playing this side lane. Ornn, on the other hand, has not decided where she wants to go. They're like just all walking mid, like A-ramming it down.
Yeah, it does seem to me that Liab, they're actually trying to set up for the Baron, though. You can see they are all centered around the top side of this jungle, where if you want to play the 1-4, you would rather send your players elsewhere on the map. So a little bit of indecisiveness coming in for the side of Liab, as Senzu, they're funneling themselves in.
They're walking in. They will see the Trundle here. And is this the next level bait, though? They're jumping in Zakia with the flag and drag. Meanwhile, Jones isolated. Now Killer Instinct on the backline. They find Rocks here. Immobile Lux in a spot of danger, using the final spark to dissuade them.
That's
unfortunate. That's a fuse bad, but this is Renekton stuck inside the pit. I don't know if they want to fight this. Hell is completely untouched. Jones will pick up Zakia first, but they need to kite this Renekton out. They will find the jungler. Jones now extremely huge though, might be able to just rip the backline to shreds. Finally getting the triple kill, and because they couldn't kite that one out in the big open space, Liab just run them down.
Not only just the fact that that was, you know, a team fight in, like you said, a big open space, but the fact that Liab, they were able to split up that fight, make it super duper messy, just made it that much more difficult for Senzu to find a cohesive way into that team fight. You're not going to be able to wombo combo if you don't know what's happening, so they're able to pick up several kills off the back of that, and now they're going to take the Baron.
We'll get this Baron, albeit in a while, but the crux of the wombo combo, right, the important part that you need to land is making sure your CC is all stacked on the same targets. If they're choked up, that's how you get the damage down. Because they're also spread up and they split the fight on two fronts, your shockwave combo with the Cataclysm isn't really there.
Yeah, Senzu, they're looking like they want to trade the Baron for another Mountain Dragon, and they're going to start it up. Liab, they back to reset, so I'm not exactly sure if they're going to have the time to get their way into the pit.
The moment Hell arrives, there should be enough damage to finish this one off. She has the Green Sue's Rage Blade, which means that those plasma stacks and percentage health damage should be able to get the objective. There you go.
But then again, it's a Baron for a Mountain Drake, so I guess Liab, they're pretty happy with that.
Nothing wrong with trading that, and we have to see how they make use of this Baron play. I feel like you just send Jones to the side lane with Baron buff and be a obnoxious split pusher.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see the 1-4 coming through, but we haven't seen that. Basically, I don't think we've actually seen 1-4 coming in from Liab at all. So Jones right now with the teleport, not exactly sure what she's doing sitting in the mid lane, but yeah, we're seeing the bottom lane duo for the side of Liab beginning to push up the minion wave towards that bottom tier 2.
Finally got the Catherine Rain Evolve at level 11, so Hell is at that point now. Meanwhile, items coming from Fofi. I think she is about to finish the Essence Reaver here. Already had the play of the Ring King early on. Nope, barely, but not close enough just yet.
Soon. Right, we are finally seeing Renekton making her way towards the top side. This is the makings of a 1-4. You can see Senzu, they're scrambling to get some sort of answer to this huge crocodile in the top lane. You can see like
the assist me pings are being spammed right now. They're like, yeah, we need to have Jarvan Orianna go up. That's the only way you'll kill her.
Yeah, you're 4 levels down on this Ornn against the Renekton. There's no way you just sit in lane against him. Even if you're on a turret, you just run the risk. It's a very high risk, in fact, of getting dove.
The low range makes sieging a bit difficult, but because they have the Baron up cannon minion, it should be able to chip away at this structure. Hell now rotating to the top side, Manamune finally completed by the AD carry. She's still looking for her Hypercharge Evolve though, the immunity that the invisibility grants you from being able to kite around Jones is just going to be so crucial.
Yeah, this turret's gonna go down now. Second mid-tier turret over to the side of Liab. And now we can take a look at Renekton, still happily sitting in the top side. I think he's gonna stay there. It's just gonna be a temporary home for the next few minutes as Liab, they transition their attention towards the bottom side.
Their composition actually can deal with Jones later on. Hold on, all the Forge God coming in. I don't think that's going to really hit. In a wide open space like that, you are most certainly just trying your luck.
Just gonna chase away the Renekton. You can see that now with most of Liab's efforts concentrated around the bottom side, it's just gonna get that much harder for Senzu to find an answer to both lanes pushing up.
Look at this 1-4 coming in. Baron buff is just about done here as they finally group up and play this split push. Wave clear coming in. They're still looking for the angle of approach here. Zakia looking rather adventurous. Meanwhile, getting knocked up is Jones under the inhibitor turret in the top lane.
Yep, you could see that Jones wanted to try to dive, but the minions dying quickly, and
they're going in.
They're going in.
Flag and drag with the flash going through. The wombo combo actually knocks them all up. Rox is very low and so is Un, but with all the CC, they still can't find it. Getting zoned away by the teleport of Jones is too difficult, and they commit the wombo combo, but they fail to find a kill, and now they're stuck under this tier 2 trying to defend.
Liab expected that. They absorbed the pressure amazingly, and the fact that, you know, when Senzu, the moment they wanted to go in, the teleport came down, just threw them off long enough for Liab to pick up one kill, and now they have the numbers advantage. They can siege down the tier 2 bottom lane turret.
Problem there is when you see the teleport and you know Jones is arriving, you don't want to cross that barrier because then suddenly there's a Renekton on your flank, right? So it makes things very difficult. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I assist the Jarvan, or we just sacrifice him and, you know, allow Jones to be aggressive?
Alright, the fact that you did burn the teleport from Jones at in the previous team fight, though, means it's going to be slightly easier for Senzu to look for these sorts of engages. There aren't going to be any more cross-map crocodile plays coming in from Jones anytime soon.
Oh man, look at the Magi's buy from the Orianna. Super confident.
Super confident. I mean, you are behind. The Jais might not be the best item to go for, but
this is like poker when you are like down chips and you decide to try and bluff ahead, hoping to get something back, and this is what the Magi's is essentially. If they call your bluff and say, you know what, you're not going to get any stacks, it's a wasted slot, wasted item, wasted gold, then fine. But if you can't find the assist, you might be able to, you know, pull yourself back in with this risky gambit.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have an opportunity to find themselves back in, find themselves some stacks on the Orianna, as the next objective that's going to spawn is going to be this Mountain Dragon. 2 on the side of Senzu so far. A third one will basically make them super duper tanky. You see that Liab are the ones with priority over the Mountain Dragon pit though. And we actually don't see too many deep wards coming in from either team. So both teams are going to operate on a little bit of a deficit of information.
Using the blue trinket, though, will give them vision, and falling very low is this dragon right now. Do they want to make the play? Here comes Endeavor with the teleport. The tidal wave in as well. They might not be able to steal this in time. In fact, it goes the way of Jones, and now here comes Call of the Forge God to knock everyone up. Liab are scattering right now with Jones leading the charge for the team. Then falling very low still, but they will sacrifice the Ord. They will sacrifice the jungler, and they're chasing down for more as Jones wants blood. She smells it in the water, and she's going in.
Whew. Jones with that huge engage after, you know, Senzu would jump into the pit to try to look for something. Just too tanky and has too much damage built into her kit at this point in time for Senzu to basically answer with anything that they have. Now, with the numbers advantage and priority in the mid lane, they're gonna take their goal lead, and they're gonna extend it even further by taking the Baron.
Jones has been popping off this game. You asked the question earlier during Champ Select. You know, she's played 2 different lane bullies. Can she play another, and can she keep up performing? I think the answer is a definitive yes.
Super, super strong performance. 9-1 and 3 once again with another bounty.
I think I might cry.
On this Renekton.
She actually did build the Adaptive Helmet. And that's such a value item. Oh, it's so good. Against the Orianna, against the Ornn, it's so much value in the item. Ugh, it's the best. This is like 2 thumbs up.
2 thumbs up from Hungry. Feels good, man.
That's like smart itemization. I love Adaptive Helm.
Right, we are gonna see Liab move towards the top side now. There aren't any more small turret objectives for you to take, right? So now the question becomes whether or not Liab is going to be able to siege effectively. Jones still does not have the teleport, so it's not going to be able to be that effective on cross-map plays.
They're still a bit wary of playing the 5-man all-in because the
True.
wombo combo is still a threat, right?
Yes.
There is still opportunity for them to make a slip-up and, you know, get caught in these massive fights, so have to be very careful about how they proceed forward.
Yeah, and the fact that Liab, they didn't draft for themselves a very strong siege composition, right? It's very difficult for them to really do anything if they are looking to siege 5v5.
It's
Jones
like
once again has to be in a side lane to really have any sort of impact, and once again without any TP, that impact is just diminished by several fold.
every time I see someone pick or a team pick Lucian, I'm like, guess we're not sieging ever because of the range problem. It makes it so difficult for you to step up. Try sieging against the Orianna as Lucian. You see how horrible it feels.
Alright, I think you know, at this point it's gonna be super difficult, like we were already talking about, for Liab to take any turrets in the base of Senzu.
Oh, this is a good rotation. They actually got the inside track here. Now they're inside the base without all too much issues. Still getting caught out by, or rather getting forced away by the ball from Orianna is a problem. Jones now might find herself in a spot of trouble. A lot of damage coming in from Hell. Might be able to even find a solo kill. That's the Starix gauge prop already. Like we were saying, you know, Hell comes online later than normal, but she is still a threat. Past fights, she's actually been popping off when the team needed her to. With the Killer Instinct, she was able to pick up both rocks and full feed in the past.
Yeah,
see if she can do the same thing this time.
Yeah, and with Jones now about 50% health, is going to be that much less of a threat in that side lane. So Senzu, they are beginning to focus most of their defensive ability around their mid lane inhibitor turret.
There was a window for them to go in there, but I think they're just okay with waiting out the Baron buff and just sort of staving off the aggression.
Yeah, and the fact that they're Liab, they're forcing these minions continuously in Senzu's base, right? It just allows for Senzu to continue that scaling at such an accelerated pace. You can see the health has already gotten herself about 70 CS lead over the Lucian. So it's significantly stronger at this point in the game, and it will continue to get even stronger as the game goes later on. Kai'Sa being that hyper carry, of course.
Similarly, Lucian is slowly starting to fall off against the zoning tools and the wombo combo of Senzu. This is when Fofi feels a little bit uncomfortable unless you have either a QSS or a Guardian's Angel. You hesitate to walk up until the CC is done.
Yeah, not to mention though, I actually didn't notice this, but Lucian's only got 1 kill, and we haven't, like we were talking about Champion Select, right? We haven't seen Lucian pop off basically throughout the entire Philippine qualifier, and looks like that's not going to happen this game either. I think if Lucian was actually in a better spot, they could have actually won the game by this point.
Here's some free advice for anyone watching for the qualifiers. If you are thinking about playing Lucian Braum, just say no and play Aphelios Braum instead. It's literally the better version of Lucian with more utility and better scaling.
Tips for the competitors, I guess? I mean, maybe they don't own Aphelios, new champion, of course.
Sure, but like, if I see Aphelios in like the finals now, I'll be like, okay, these guys, I'm putting you guys onto it, so you take the free advice, I'm okay with it.
Alright, free tips next. Dragon is gonna be is gonna have spawn by now, and whichever team gets this is gonna get that very, very valuable mountain soul.
They have to push into the river first, and Jones is zoning them away, so this is very good coming from Liab. But whether they can confirm the Dragon is going to be very difficult as well, because like you mentioned, they need the soul, and here comes the fight. Wombo combo onto the backline. The shockwave completely whiffing though, so this might be quite bad for Sun Tzu. Look at the damage actually, zoning everyone out. Then it's like, I don't care, I want the mountain soul. You guys can have all the kills you want because we're just going to run them down, and Sun Tzu is left for dead.
Whew, there you go. That is very, very bad misplay. I think if that shockwave had actually landed, it would have been a completely different team fight. But the fact still stands, Liab managed to pick themselves up. The team fight, they managed to pick themselves up the ace. It's a clean ace 5 for nothing. They pick up the Mountain Soul, Mountain Dragon, and now they're going to pick up the entirety of Senzu's
Yeah, I think you're spot on about the shockwave missing and heavily impacting the fight, because in the back of the pit, there was a perfect cataclysm into Call of the Forge God, and everyone's locked in place with you, right? You just needed the damage from the Orianna to make it stick, but they couldn't find it. You know, sometimes the execution, when push comes to shove, you can't clutch, and you find yourselves eliminated.
Yep, they eliminated is Sanzu. It was a pretty close game, even though the kill score does tell a different story. It was a pretty back and forth until, you know, until they really unlocked the map through that final team fight.
They were even until they were losing.
True.
I say that, you know, Jones actually was quite a big winning factor for them. I think if you're looking at Liab as a whole, this team, right? What are the damage or what are the significant points? It's this top laner that randomly finds individual advantages by himself. Like, you just leave her alone, suddenly she gets a solo kill, right?
Whew, look at the damage from the Crocodile.
Look at the damage, 22,000. With very little jungle assistance or no jungle assistance at all, she was just able to get that by herself. You'd start to think, okay, maybe we need to ban out, formulate plans to deal with Jones when we actually play up against her. And I'm sure Ardent Esports right now, as they're waiting in the grand finals, they are looking at Liab and they're saying, wow, what can we do against Jones?
Yeah, Jones right now looking like basically the MVP of the day for her team. Congratulations to Liab for making their way into the grand finals. They'll be facing up against Ardent Esports. When we come back, stay with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final best of three between Ardent Esports and Liap Esports.
Yeah.
I'm Spoots, this is Still Hungry, and we're gonna get in Champion Select in just a moment.
Actually, pretty much done with the first set of bans coming in. Trundle, Elise, and Brom will be removed, so Ardent Esports have actually been doing their homework. They've been looking at Liap play through the lower brackets today, and they say, well, Trundle's pretty important for them, and so is the Brom, so we will remove that. Consequently, though, they will pick up the Rumble by themselves, and they will give away the set and Leona, which might be a bit of a problem because Jones now on the set. You kind of need a solution. You have to figure and problem solve this one out.
Yeah, Set again, one very strong champion, very strong showing that Jones had on the champion earlier on in the day. Definitely quite the menace in the top lane. Not exactly sure how Harden is going to deal with that.
If Mordekaiser is left open, you could actually play Mordekaiser. I think it's not a bad matchup because Mordekaiser's base numbers alone just make it very frustrating. So it's kind of like fighting fire with fire, right? Set's base numbers are really good, so is Mordekaiser's. With the passive, the Darkness Rises, you do percentage health damage, so dueling is pretty good as long as you can dodge away from the true damage.
They don't lock it in the first rotation though. Does run the risk of getting the Mordekaiser banned out now in the second.
Jarvan will be removed, so are they looking to target the jungle pool right now? That might be the course of action for Leah here. Meanwhile, it's Caitlyn, Leona bot lane. This is not your run-of-the-mill pair that you generally pick with Leona.
Don't exactly like the pick either myself. I mean, Caitlyn, you want to stay back, you want to farm, right? You have the range, you're happy poking. Leona is an all-in champion.
Yes.
These two champions don't really synergize all that well in the lane. Well, out of lane as well, not really the same win condition there.
Curious why they opted for the Caitlyn when, in a weird way, you could have gone for something more aggressive against Ophelia, so maybe it is a comfort pick, but speaking of comfort pick, we see the Nocturne ban out, and we also see the Lux being removed, so now moving towards pinching the jungle pool as well as target banning the opponents out.
Yeah, what's gonna be the last ban? Might continue pinching the mid lane pool. I would expect if they're gonna do that, it's gonna be an Ahri of sorts.
Ahri or Orianna, I think. LeBlanc is great as well.
Still plenty of choice though.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is Arden's current draft, the Rumble can be flexed mid and top, right? And considering that the opponents have banned out Jarvan, you want something that can control some space. I feel like you need something to complement the Rumble to allow the Equalizer to be more effective.
True.
As I say that, the Echo will be locked in as the jungle pick here for Liam.
I'm not exact. I'm trying to run through all the different picks in the jungle that you can actually go for. With Rumble, I think the Rek'Sai Galio, I think that does the job of complementing the Rumble rather well.
Right now, it's gonna be a top lane Rumble, mid lane Galio. So double AP composition, damage profile is kind of tricky until Aphelios comes online. I feel like if you are the Rek'Sai here, you kind of want to pay more attention towards the bot lane. Will be the Jace here coming in the mid lane to deal with the Galio, which is actually a really good matchup for the Jace. As long as you do not get repeatedly ganked, you have to manage the waves very carefully, otherwise you will be put behind by nature of how easy it is for Rek'Sai to gank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at Liep's composition right now, right? You have the Echo. We've seen the champion be quite successful early on, able to pull off some interesting ganks. But I think a lot of that still lied behind the fact that Jones was able to get a hit, right? This set is can be quite the menace in the top lane, like we were saying earlier, and doesn't really need the jungler to give her all that much attention either. So I think this is one of the lanes that we really have to focus in on again, because in the past few games, Jones has been really, I think, the main driving factor behind their victories.
It's interesting also that Liep has not had a game where Jones is behind, so maybe now if, that's sort of inverted, it might be very difficult for them to find a victory, or it might influence the way that they play the game in itself, because even though Jones was ahead, we also saw the macro itself had some, room for improvements, let's just put it that way, right? Arden now might be formulated, or at least might have already formulated a plan to deal with the top lane set. Rumble was an early pickup, early option, and Susie, actually, watching her play yesterday also gave me a sort of a similar feel as when I watched Jones play. These are very carry style, heavy aggressive top laners.
Alright, we're gonna see who's gonna be the better aggressive top laner on the day in that case. What I do like to see though is that Liab have drafted themselves a bit more of a siegeable composition, if
Yeah.
that's a word. You do have all the poke, you have the Echo, you got the Jace, you got the Caitlyn. At long range, you're able to
Mhm.
poke out the enemy from beyond turret range, so if you're able to do that long enough, you'll eventually give yourself some alone time with that turret.
The side lane's also actually pretty good coming in for the side of Liab because depending on who finds gold, right, you could always send set Echo or Jace to the side lane
Mhm.
and play 1-3-1 or 1-4. For the most part, I would highly recommend sending the Echo, who is very slippery, but as far as junglers go, you don't really get a lot of items and EXP to be scary in the side lane, so perhaps the set is the better option here.
Yeah, it's all about I think who's gonna
Mm.
be able to get a hit, right? I
Yeah,
think you send your strongest member, regardless of who that is, unless it's your bot lane, of
right.
course. On the other side, though, this composition is not something we see all that often. I think we don't see Rek'Sai.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm not even sure if Rek'Sai is that strong in this
So it's
current
been played
patch.
in the LCS a little bit,
Mhm.
but the value of the Rek'Sai is just the ability to have very early aggressive pathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Rumble and the Galio, we've seen Galio a couple times, right? Has been uh, rather impactful. Most
Mhm.
of the times we've seen him able to have that cross-map presence as well as pull off some interesting
Yeah.
ganks when the enemy is not really expecting it.
Like literally, back to the earlier Rek'Sai point. Literally, the fact that you can burrow from flanks and you
Mm.
can level 2 cheese people is one of the reasons why I think people do sort of value the Rek'Sai pick. But of course, in the grand scheme of things, it also brings a bit more AD to their composition because, like we mentioned earlier, the damage profile very AP laden in the solo lane. So you do need the Rek'Sai or something along those lines to make sure that there is a good damage spread. So normally we would expect to see uh, Guardian Angel is one of the options. You play similar to Nocturne, right? You try to get into the backline of your ultimate and also use the GA to put some pressure down on the Caitlyn.
Yeah, on the other side, though, Echo, I still believe that,
Mhm.
Echo is the stronger jungler. Like, not only can you do what Rek'Sai does, you can
Yeah.
come in from unexpected
Mhm.
angles, but you also scale slightly better into the late game, I
Yeah.
believe, and you will have greater presence around objectives as well. I strongly believe you have a better objective take on the Echo than the Rek'Sai.
Like Echo's strength also there's a certain amount of RNG to it, and this sounds weird, right? But the power of Echo is the fact that you have Chrono Break. Its
Mm.
cooldown is very low. If you keep rolling Mount Cloud Dragons, the cooldown of Chrono Break is actually
True.
reduced quite a lot, right? Because Cloud Dragons give you CDR on your ultimate. It will get to a point, and if you have enough CDR, Chrono Break's cooldown will be something like 30 seconds. 30 to 35 seconds. It's some ridiculous number. I remember
Yeah.
playing this because I wrote this RNG before. I'm like, this
Oof.
is so broken. This is the most broken thing I've ever had because you have enough AP to literally jump into the backline with Proto Belt on your E, and the moment you auto the AD carry, they have to flash. If you can get to them, they have to flash, right? And if you are taking a lot of damage, you literally just press R and rinse and repeat every 30 seconds. Oh, the sit-ups.
Yeah, man. Best taunt in the game. All right. Interested to see how this bot lane does. Obviously, you have the Leona, you have the Caitlyn. We already talked about how they don't really have the best synergy in the world. They did actually blind pick it, so had plenty of options, but they decided to go for this one. Maybe it's some sort of cheese, maybe some sort of strat that we don't yet know. Interested to see how that plays out. Once again, we see a 5-man stack in the bottom side for Ardent. Hopefully, I believe this worked out one time for them when Braum actually just, or was it Nautilus came in for a ward, but
They're doing this because they saw that Lieb did the 5-man stack last game,
all true.
so they are prepared for it. And because their 5-man stack is so good, they have Galio as well as Thresh and Rumble. Yeah, this is too good not to pass up. Just in case they come and invade, sure. We're ready, we'll probably take first blood and a bunch of extra gold, but what's the worst case scenario, right? We just protect the red buff and allow a good opening gambit for the Rek'Sai's jungle.
All right, nothing gonna come out from that 5-man stack. You can see that Rek'Sai will be starting blue side, along with the Echo as well. This is a good visual. It's a lonely man doing sit-ups in the bush.
Alright, so it's the Jace, like we mentioned, the mid lane, and should be noted that this matchup usually goes the way of the Jace as long as you space properly. Of course, range into melee quite frustrating. There you go. Early trades as well.
Yeah, especially the fact that Jace is I would say slightly stronger earlier on just because he has multiple abilities that he can already proc at level 1. A bit of an overloaded kit, as is the case with most transforming champions.
Oh man, but I love that Thresh skin.
So golden, so prestigious.
Bot lane is actually pushing up. I'm not sure if Den wants to hard force this because they do have a Leona. So level 2 available means that once they get level 2 rather, bot lane of Liab can actually force ganks quite well.
Absolutely, but that is still a Caitlyn. It's not going to be that high of an impact earlier on. But then again, you do have to get a hit on Caitlyn to have any sort of meaningful impact later on in the mid game.
They were fishing for that hook. If you are Arden right now and you like land that hook, you'd still be very hesitant about going in because you don't know if Den would be pathing bot side. If I was the jungler, immediately I path bot right now. But of course, this is like the higher percentage efficiency play going to take a red buff.
Yep, both junglers now continuing to shadow each other. I think both of them have hit level 3 by now. Mars shadowing the bottom side, now moving up to Raptors once again. Not exactly sure. You can see that with Echo in the top side. Not exactly sure if you take a potential gank towards the top side. You can see the waves are actually rather equal right now.
Oh, just in time. The ward was put down, so I don't think Din can actually gank this.
Yeah, instead just gonna go for the Scuttle Crab. No contest.
Meanwhile, Rek'Sai is going to go for the bot Scuttle Crab. Marcy wants that, and with the Scry's Boom will actually spot out bot, not just the Scuttle Crab, but also the other Scry's Boom there. So it's like a buy one, get one free situation here.
Yep. Ooh, freeze frame. This one is a big one. Alright. Yep, just continuing to trade in neutral jungle camps is both junglers. Not exactly expecting too much action in the early game. That's the sort of thing with these grand finals or deals, right? Both teams they just gotta play safe until like you hit like critical mass and everything explodes out the window.
Echo is sitting in the mid lane, actually looking to set up a play here. Parallel convergence is available if Janelle walks up to take this. Yeah, this is very precarious right now, getting hit by the accelerated shock blast. Will have to just this punch away, and now this wave is actually being set, so they could push this one forward and get it up so that Rocks can recall.
Yeah, Mars was actually positioning a little aggressively then, unsure whether or not they were actually trying to go for a bit of a dive. I think it would have been too early. It's pretty difficult to dive Leona this early on in the game. Any stages of the game, really.
This lane's still holding its own in terms of CS. Top side, Jones hasn't had that, overwhelmingly large pop-off plays that she's had. On the Renekton, no solo kills, no flash burn.
Yeah, we gotta give her some time. Set takes a little bit to get going.
Like we said, Suzy kind of holds her own against Jones. When I watch her play, it's kind of similar. Oof. Level 5 hit already. And this is a massive wave. I don't think Jones can really trade here. In fact, if I was Suzy right now, I kind of get this shoving as hard as possible and then go for early recall.
And absolutely having like good recall timing.
Yeah.
Suzy Sora at this point could be very beneficial against the aggressive laner that is this set. Said they're going for another trade. Shouldn't be too difficult to get out of that.
Now she's slightly zoned out. Even though the wave is pushing, she can't really step forward because they don't have the timing on where the Echo is. And there's no wards in the river either, right? So you're kind of just hedging your bets. The Echo isn't on the top side, so you can walk up a little bit and still be in range of EXP.
Alright, we're seeing both teams really starting to center their vision game around the, I believe that's an Infernal Drake. Oh, that's a proactive play.
In. Galio moving in with the teleport. They actually get in range. A good flash play. And the taunt is going to catch the Leona as well. That's going to be a first blood by Arden. Super decisive. A second hook coming through. Parallel convergence from Dan is going to stop them from walking forward even more. But the call was made right there. Arden Esports started it up beautifully as the jump over the wall from Box. The ignite as well. The flash. Every summon spell used, but the kill claimed at the end.
Yeah, that was a play that we've seen Arden pull off multiple times as well. In fact, I think I forgot about it until just then when they, so helpfully reminded me going bot to pick up several kills, get priority on the lane, and then transitioning that over to the Dragon. You can see that Jace was actually positioned there and managed to pick up a return kill, and now Liap are the ones that actually pick up the Infernal Drake off the back of that trade.
I mean, yeah, of course, even though you start the play off, get the first blood, but getting picked off as you exit, of course, gives the Inferno over, and right now Liap will get the first objective of the game. Gold is still in favor of Arden with the first blood bonus, and a lot of people getting the assist goal from that as well.
Yeah, I like to see how both teams are actually very prepared, in fact, to go against one another. I think both of them have, strategies that they have individually practiced.
What surprises me is that Rox is actually behind in terms of CS. In this range versus melee matchup, which should not be the case.
Ooh. Yeah, in that case, I think she's actually been roaming a little bit, especially into the bot lane to pick up that one kill on the Rex side. That being said, is gonna meet the other mid laner in the mid lane now.
She's very careful about how she's spacing because she knows Rek'Sai is most likely doing her camp, or at least finishing up the buff, right? So she comes in from the flank, you can't really take the all-in. No such thing as a random Q in into a trade anymore, especially when the taunt is up for the Galio. So you need to respect the CC coming in until you get some sort of tenacity, I think. Tenacity is actually pretty important here. I would highly advocate early Mercury threats just because it's double AP and you need the tenacity.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing Rek'Sai move towards the bottom side now. Interested to see how both these junglers path, right? Because where they go on the map is really where the influence goes. Because most of these laners right now, they are pretty much even. I like to see how top lane is even this time, though.
Yeah.
We're not gonna see Set pop off. Sure, he has about a 10 to 12 CS lead at the moment. It's not too large, and whether we see the same power from Jones, I'll hold that.
Hold on as the gang comes in, using the Zenith Blade to get to the back. Meanwhile, here comes the hero's entrance, knocking up Jones, and the teleport might have been a mistake here as the showstopper brings them all in, and here comes the equalizer as well, hooking the ADC back in, and that's Fofi did already. Now Rox is going to join in, trying to find something with the accelerated shock blast, but it is blocked out by Cha here. Then now streaming down the river, using the parallel convergence on Suzy, will not land the stun though as the flash brings the Echo in, and that's not what you want. You have the Chrono Break out.
Yeah, good flash to bring the Echo closer to your team, forcing the ultimate from the Echo. That was a good response, that was a good initiation from both teams, I think. It's just the fact that Arden managed to inch out a bit of an advantage in the engagement and does pick up the extra kill.
One thing you have to remember is that arriving on site at a fight, Galio and Rumble has so much more impact than the chase in this set because they need so much setup. They have to be in place, get the angles right, hit the perfect ultimate before they can even do anything. Whereas for Galio, the moment there's that zone on the floor, everyone just says run.
Yep, and that was a wasted ultimate, a wasted teleport coming in from the set. It's not going to have the same sort of global impact for the next few minutes at the very least. And now Rumble is the one with the extra kill. Oh, in fact, does initiate the lane swap as Arden, they start up the Rift.
This is something that Liap does, but Arden has stolen the play from their playbook right now. They understand that because there is no dragon on the bot half, of course we can take this. Why can't we take this? And then it's going to come here and find that the objective is very low. Might just go for the smite, but no, it's taken away. Having to flash out as well. The root from the Gravitum gun keeps them in place for a while, but at the end of it, Mars manages to smite down the objective.
Yeah, you can see that there was one play that Liam certainly did not expect coming into this game. You can see that there was amazing vision setup coming in from Arden. Very, very deep wards to spot out any sort of potential contest that came in from Den, so they were prepared when the Echo showed up in the Baron pit.
This is a cannon wave, so they will be able to slam the Rift Herald down. Parallel convergence coming through though to buy some space with the shield and the stun as well. A look at the Inferno gun, it's actually doing a decent amount of damage. They managed to get the tower plates here already. The hook not finding Jones nor Den means that there's no way to chase down. You still have to respect the damage from the Aphelios though, as Janelle is waiting on the wings. They are clearing out the wards, playing the vision game. Arden looking like they want a hard commit here as the hook sails by, then manages to get out. Wings of War is there as well. This should be done. Top tier 1 will go the way of Arden as the minions are slowly dying though. Flashing forward, I don't think Box wants to be there, everyone else is just backing off. You have to think there was an overzealous move by Rox there.
Yeah, definitely, but they do manage to save their tier 1 top tower. Nothing else on the map to be taken. Arden's just gonna back away and reset. Interested to see whether or not they return to, you know, standard lanes now that the second dragon and Ocean Drake this time has arrived on Summoner's Rift.
Getting mid prio here is Janelle. She's just pushing up the mid lane. And on the recall, we did see Rox pick up Serrated Dirk, which is lethality, and then you get the Merc Treads as well for tenacity.
Yep, we are seeing actually not a lane swap, but most of the members of Arden now streaming in towards the Dragon Pit. They definitely will have the capability to zone away any sort of engagement. Yeah, they're going in on the set though.
Going in onto the set, knocking him up the hook as well. This is actually changed pretty well, but the Grit Shield, oh my goodness, the knock-up. Here comes the hero's entrance, buying space. The Chrono Break out means that Echo is going to be able to dodge out from this fight. Where's the focus now though? It's going to be Susie Sword that's extremely low. The Infernum Gun coming in. Cha doing a lot of damage. Looking for a bit more. The Crescendo. Can they kite this one out? Look at the sentry being put down as well. It's a double kill already for the AD carry. Cha doing a lot of work. And like I said, don't play Lucian when Aphelios is open.
Yeah, Aphelios doing a lot of work in that team fight now. They aren't in a position now to contest the dragon, so sure, you could trade a few kills, but you don't give away the dragon either. Not exactly sure if that's worth, but better than nothing coming from Liab.
All the goal now has been centered on the AD carry, who picked up majority of the bounties earlier. This is going to be dicey. If you are Liab, you have to focus down the Aphelios because Essence Reaver is the break point right now. Even though the Caitlyn has the Storm Razor, you could see Aphelios doing a lot more work in comparison to a counterpart.
Yeah, we spoke about yesterday. We spoke about how last qualifier. I think it was Thailand qualifiers. We did speak about how Leona was that counter pick that is rather effective into the Aphelios. But when the Aphelios is this far ahead, 2-0 and 3, I find it increasingly difficult for this Leona to have that sort of impact, to have those sorts of engagements that can shut down the Aphelios.
I mean, the idea is that Aphelios is super immobile. If you don't have the right gun configurations... Oh, hold on. Another fight breaking out. Good taunt on the Echo. Remember that this is a jungle Echo with low income. Hasn't even finished the jungle item yet, so very little you can do to take these duels.
Yep, you can see the Vision War continuing around the Dragon Pit right now. Liab clearly in the advantage. They're actually just going to take the advantage and begin the Dragon. But keep in mind, they don't have any deep wards, so they don't know what's behind that pit. Oh, that's
finding the snipe there. They're going in. They're trying to find the double taunt, and they will. The Solar Flare actually only locking up the single Thresh. Set managing to land the damage with the Showstopper. And here comes the rest with the Gravitum Gun, finding a snare onto 2. Fofi left completely untouched until the Equalizer comes in with the hook. And I think Liab have to scatter like the wind now. Cha should be able to finish her off. Looking for the Q. Just managing to get outside the range.
You can see how practiced Cha is on this Aphelios, right? Waiting on the Graviton Gun until all of her team is ready to engage before activating the snare. Unfortunately, does leash the blue buff for Jace, but I guess that's a small price to pay for the Ocean Dragon.
They get double dragons, and now it will be mountains all the way. I say they. It's one dragon apiece for both Liab as well as Arden.
0 Cloud Dragons though. Unfortunate for the Echo.
It's not like the Echo is having the best game of her life as well. She's 0-2 and 2, just barely managing to finish up the Runic Echoes. Then with getting her Trundle band out, now having to default and swap over to Echo, hasn't had the success that she's had in the previous games.
Yeah, sort of being shut out on this champion at the moment. Rather Jones on this set has not been having the phenomenal performances that we were expecting either. Did manage to pick up that 1 kill near the Dragon Pit, but overall not having the best game this tournament. That being said, it's still only about a 1.8k gold lead in favor of Arden, so
I like that,
nothing too large.
I like that Liab's top laner has been neutralized. Like, they came up with a plan actually. It looks like they told Rumble just, oh, hold on, they will find Jones here. Actually finding the Lantern in as well. A lot of damage, but here comes the ult from the Rex side, actually landing, forcing Jones away. Chrono Break from the Echo gets her out.
A lot expended there, including the teleport from Susie sort of get back into lane.
That one was a bit too much, I think. You didn't really need the teleport there.
That's a bit much, but at the end of the day, they do manage to secure not only top tier 1 turret at the end of that trade, but now they are a 5 stack, or rather a 4 stack around the Rift Herald. Fox and Den, though, they want to do something about this.
Yep, managing to land a hook and equalizer as well. They will get the Rift Herald though, as Rox has to flash away from the taunt. They get the objective, but they will lose their bot tier 1, which is a completely okay trade, I think, because now you can slam Rift Herald in the mid lane and open up the map a little bit more by getting mid tier 1.
Yeah, they're able to find some cross-map trades here, placing down the Rift Herald in the mid lane. So it's gonna be a second turret going in favor of Arden. Might actually get a second charge of the Herald rather off on the inner turret as well.
Just so scary on this stretch. She's always waiting in the flanks, looking for an angle to land a hook. Like you mentioned, getting the second charge, but not enough to take down that structure.
Yep, they're actually gonna reset. I thought they were strong enough to actually just wait for the second wave to push in and, you know, subsequently take the turret entirely, but taking the safe road is Arden. They're just gonna back away, they're gonna reset, they're gonna take their buys. They're gonna bide their time.
Items coming through, the Gallo will finish off the Proto Belt meanwhile. It's a Zeal for the Aphelios. Zhonya's Hourglass was already done for Suzy earlier, and Zeke's Convergence for Gia now. So the moment she pops the box, there's gonna be, you know, that bonus effect on auto attacks with Aphelios, because they are, I imagine, gonna be tagged up together. Similar for the Leona, who is tagged up with the Caitlyn.
Alright, we are not seeing any more objectives for the next few minutes on the map, so we are going to return to a default map state. I think lane assignments are going to return to how they were before the initial lane swap.
What's difficult right now for Jones though is she doesn't have a tier 1 to rely on, so there's only so far she can push, right?
True.
She can't side lane that well anymore, she's just going to have to push and back off. If Suzy wants to just freeze the wave outside her top tier 1, she can do so, no problem. And Jones will be denied a lot of farm. But instead, she will just look to clear it and play ping pong with the waves.
Yeah, playing ping pong with the waves for Suzy Sword here does eventually free her up to do more across the map instead of just being tied up, freezing the wave in top side while Set is allowed to roam. You can see that Set does have priority, is roaming, but Ardent, they actually are setting up a bit of an ambush here towards the bottom side. Den has to be careful here.
Den, using the parallel convergence for the vision inside, actually dives in and goes on to the front line now. The Chrono Break is available, so might have to pop that instantaneously. Meanwhile, coming in with the Hero's entrance is actually getting denied. There's 2 quick kills already for Liab in this choke. They find 3, they find 4, and suddenly it's looking very bad for Ardent Esports because they were in that choke and all the CC was enough.
Yeah, Chow stepping forward at the back of that fight, a little too overzealous. That could actually 1v4, not gonna happen. You're not strong enough yet on the Aphelios, so that is a very favorable trade for the side of Liab, now equalizing the goal to only about 600 in difference.
In that small choke, you could see the power of the parallel convergence as well as the solar flare. If you stack up, one of this is gonna hit you, either one, right? And then you're locked up, you can't really kite away from that space.
Alright, resetting the map once again, both teams going back to get their buys. We will see the next dragon now spawning is going to be a Mountain Drake for the rest of the game. And Arden, they are the first ones to the pit.
One must imagine that that was an expensive lesson for Arden, but a lesson well learned. So now they know, okay, we can't fight in chokes anymore, guys. We have to respect the CC. Open spaces is where it's at. Chokes, not so much.
Alright, starting up the dragon. Arden is probably gonna take it. Not really anyway for Liab. They're gonna try to get in though.
Yeah, they will try to get in. A decent taunt actually locks 3 members upset, using the showstopper to knock everyone back. And this time, in this open space, it's everything coming up Ardent Esports. They're kiting away. They managed to find a bit more exit kills, but left completely untouched in the backline. Chow will eventually find some kills. Hold on. Turning this one around though.
Alright. Liab does manage to turn that fight around. Did look like Ardent Esports was going to be the eventual winner of that fight, but a little bit of overextension, a little bit of uncohesiveness coming in from the Ardent lineup means Liab is able to capitalize, is able to put down adequate damage to take out majority, well, actually all of Ardent's champions.
I think Fofi left completely untouched in the backline was actually popping off. I thought that the Aphelios was going to be able to do something there, but they managed to single him out. So this is very dicey now. It's 2 back-to-back bad fights. If you're Ardent Esports, you might be a bit nervous.
Yeah, you certainly cannot continue taking these sorts of fights without being on the same page as the rest of your team. This is like the solo queue game where everything is going super well until 20 minutes in the game. Then suddenly you take 2 bad fights and, you know, your opponent just comes back and ruffle stomps you. certainly not wanting to face that reality is Arden. It's now about 1k actually for Liab in the advantage.
Parallel convergence into 2 members though, but the chrono break pulls then out. It's a decent stun, forcing the box out. Fofi left completely untouched. Like we said, will do a lot of damage. This Caitlyn now with the Storm Razor Executioner's calling as well as the BF Sword. Getting to Infinity Edge point.
Yeah, now they have the inside track onto the mid lane turret. Nobody here for the side of Arden to defend it, so they're going to take this down. They're going to be able to open up the map. They're going to enable themselves to look for other objectives at a much faster rate.
Blue buff being started up. Should be donated over to AD carry, I believe. Needs the gold. Core items actually being finished on the Jace right now. We saw early Yomu's Ghost Blade. Now it's going to be the Edge of Night. So that pseudo AD Banshee's Veil, if you will.
Alright, I like to see that, you know, Fofi has been doing rather well in these fights. Has now, I think, gone out of the power trough. We really didn't see it because most of it was spent farming. I don't think Arden really capitalized on the weakness of the Caitlyn well enough. So now, Caitlyn, I think, is properly online, and these next few fights is going to be quite the menace that Arden has to focus down if they want to win.
Disjointed recalls from both teams, so finally going back, Suzy Sword is going to pick up the Haunting Guys. Sword Book's Haunting Guys and Zonya's Hourglass. I wonder if that is enough for them to team fight. Still seems a bit dicey, not gonna lie.
Yeah, Den was looking a little overextended there, just going in for the control. What did run the risk of being collapsed on as she had no backup in the Baron pit, but nope. Arden decided we're not gonna look for that trade, and yeah, actually they're both, you know, sort of looking to face off around the Baron pit right now.
There's a war being thrown out. A bit of an ARAM situation going down. Both teams, with the side lane allocations a bit jumbled up right now.
Yeah, with the gold this even, it's not something you see all too often, so you could wager it's not something that either of these teams are very familiar with. Both these teams, I think, have been pretty experienced with having the lead at this point in time, so
which
now
is what we said earlier when Jones isn't like finding her own leads, if she isn't like smashing the enemy top laner. Liab seems a bit lost because they can't play around the linchpin of their team. Because of that now, both sides are just kind of wandering around, thinking about what the next best move is. Of course, Infinity Edge completed on Caitlyn means that there is a small power spike that Liab can abuse. But also remember that their composition is AD heavy. Damage profile is all physical. Over time, you get enough armor, Set as well as Caitlyn and Jace don't do as well in fights.
Yep, it all comes down to who's going to be able to play better from this state in the game. Then going in to check the Baron. That's a lot of darkness in that river. Definitely doesn't want to step up too far. Does manage to back away before Arden can engage.
Thing is that Echo can just check if they need to because he has the corner break. So if you get unless they one shot you, if you get hooked, you can still pop corner break and just back off.
Yep, and within the next minutes, it's still gonna be the second Mountain Dragon spawning for this rift. Liab is beginning to transition their positions over to the smaller objective. Once again, there aren't any really deep wards for either team, right? It's very difficult for each team to really spot out the other in the fog of war in the enemy jungle.
This spot was where it all went wrong the previous time for Arden. Now they're eating a bit of poke.
Echo on flank.
Echo on the flank looking for the play. Doesn't have the space though. Actually flashes across and now will get isolated. Chrono break not even used. And that's the dead jungler. Meanwhile, the equalizer on the back line. Jones very low already. That's a double kill for the Aphelios and all the chakrams. The Gravitum gun coming out as well. The hook is just icing on the cake. But Caitlyn, Fofi left completely untouched again. Finding all the kills with the Quadra there.
You know, I don't know what's going on. Turns out Caitlyn Leona's pretty good. In that fight, it looked decisively ardent up until, you know, Fofi managed to flash in and pick up the Quadra kill. Very impressive on this champion right now. Does manage to secure for themselves
what is going
the
on?
Second Mountain Dragon.
Literally, they win up till they lose in like the last 2 seconds of the team fight.
Yeah, you could see that when Echo flashed in and basically stunned, nobody managed to die without even using the
Like,
ultimate.
oh well, this fight
I
is
was like,
over. It doesn't matter, right?
yeah,
and then
Fofi just shows up and kills everyone. What's going on?
turns out if Jones doesn't pop off, the AD carry will. So Liab having plan B and plan C.
Plan B is the Caitlyn, Plan C is the Jace. Both these, both these laners right now looking super duper strong. I'm pretty sure Liab, this was not the game plan. They're not doing, the most proactive plays around these two carries, but they're doing well enough for themselves being reactive when Arden decides to engage on them.
Runan's Hurricane allows the Gravitum to be applied much quicker. They are clearing the vision around the Baron Pit. Set is the designated bot lane's split pusher.
Yeah, the Teleport Jones is not going to have the same impact as she did in the previous few games in this side lane. It's not going to be able to push up as far as she might be used to, but does manage to play it safe. Is now pathing up through the river to group with the rest of her team.
Looking for the Scuttle Crab right now, but like you said, want to rejoin the rest of her team and maybe make a...
Oh no, she's puffing back down. Alright.
She was just craving for some Scuttle Crab. Now she's going back to push out the wave.
Yeah, we are seeing the vision dance around the Baron, sorry?
The Liab composition actually pretty good at taking Baron, even though they don't have a true tank.
Yeah.
They have enough sort of shielding and pseudo lifesteal to juggle aggro enough to take it. Caitlyn's pretty big. Like, she could probably do enough damage to take Baron.
Just gonna have to see what the Caitlyn does in the ensuing team fights, because we've seen, this Caitlyn pop off in the previous few fights now. I think Arden, they've gotten the message that, hey, if we want to win these fights, we have to shut down the Caitlyn. And it's just not going so well for them so far. So I think they are gonna be, starting to gun for that Caitlyn in the upcoming team fights, and just have to be a little bit more aware in case the Caitlyn does manage to get spotted out and shut down.
The past back-to-back fights have not gone the way of Arden at all.
True.
So if you want something to change, like you said, maybe you need to start focusing down the Caitlyn, make her feel unsafe so she can't just stand there and auto-attack you to death.
You see, they're playing a little defensively, right? They're playing rather reactionary. Is going. Okay.
Jumping into the parallel convergence. They're already bursting down the Thresh, though, who's very low. Here comes the Gallo in the backline. Caitlyn now actually caught off guard. Fofi having to flash away and use the heal as well. Rek'Sai tunneling down on her, but she will kite away. Now this is going to be horrible for Arden Esports because they couldn't get the Caitlyn. They full committed, and now even with the equalizer, it only allows them to just cover their tracks and back off.
Yeah, 1 for 2. Good effort on the part of Jones in that teamfight to distract basically the entirety of Arden's back line, as Caitlyn basically kited away from the Rek'Sai and did manage to pick up that 1 kill. So that is Mars, the jungler for Arden, not on the Rift, which means Liab, they don't have a smite to worry about. They can take down this Baron, but on the other side of the coin, Arden, they are pushing into the base.
I don't think they will get the inhibitor. At most, they get the inhibitor turret because of the Baron empowered recall. So Arden will open up the base. Have to see if Liab can make a power play with this Baron buff, because their composition, honestly, like we talked about earlier, excels at sieging. Because you have the Jace, because you have the Caitlyn, the range is there. And now Set, playing in the side lane, gets a bit more space to maneuver because of the Baron buff.
Yep, next objective on the map is gonna spawn relatively soon. No wards for either team really to spot out the other in this Dragon Pit. You can see Liab, they're trying to get some vision onto the back of the pit to see where Arden is doing. Not very successful though, at the moment.
You're just clearing out the control wards inside the pit right now. Like you said, jostling for vision control.
Yeah, looks like they're just gonna sort of neglect. Oh, we're going in.
Going in, finding the hook. The Chrono Break actually chunks out Gia. Now here comes the ace in the hole. Flashing away but getting caught out still. That's the support down, and the kill credit going the way of Fofi. It's a 5v4 for Liab. They're not afraid. They know they have the man advantage, which is why they're walking up.
Yeah, once again, another failed engage on the side of Arden. Just donates another kill, Gia, to the side of Liab, and now with the numbers advantage, they're gonna start up the Mountain Dragon. You would think they're gonna get it.
Don't have the smite though on Den, so this could be very tricky. Look at the Chakrams coming in, the equalizer as well. Eventually they will claim it, then finishes off the kill. And man, I don't think that Rek'Sai should have gone in for the steal there. They just donate another kill over the Fofi.
Yeah, Fofi legendary now on this. Caitlyn has been doing so much, and once again, even though Jones is this far behind, he has been excelling in just distracting majority of the Ardent lineup throughout the entirety of these fights.
Yeah, literally just zoning members away by virtue of being present. Very, very difficult for anyone on the side of Ardent to even go towards Fofi. On this recall, I think she should be able to pick up the Phantom Dancer, and that should seal the deal. Instead, goes for a static shift.
You have to shut down this Caitlyn if you want to win any of the following fights if you're this Ardent lineup. I mean, in the previous few fights, I believe, none of them have gone the way of Ardent, solely because the Caitlyn is so damn fed.
11-2 and 9 the scoreline, and right now Jones is going to go to the top side to push the top tier 1 in. Finally, maybe knock down the structure and open the top half of the map up. We neglected to mention that the previous dragon that they got gave them the Mountain Soul, which is why they all have this white bar above their head. The shield is actually very valuable because every time you don't take damage for more than a certain amount of time, it regenerates, right? So sieging and, you know, sort of fishing for picks becomes that much easier when you have this leeway to play with.
Yeah, basically whatever you want to do, this shield is going to make it so much easier for you to accomplish it. They're just going to siege down the mid lane turret without any sort of contest. And when Caitlyn is this strong once again, it's just so difficult to match her in the lane. Even if you're on the turret, she just continue poking you out.
Split coming in, 2 members will be on the top side pushing for top tier 2. The hook was very close there.
Yeah,
if it hit the Caitlyn, I'm sure they would have started the fight.
I don't think they would have. I mean, they weren't close enough. I think if the Thresh, maybe a little trigger happy, jumping in probably would have died.
Things coming in, the reset following through, but is cancelled eventually. Right now, Liab in the driver's seat, and Arden can't really do anything but hope to a good team fight.
Yeah, we've seen Liab in this position before. Walking up a little aggressively here, but in the previous few games where they've been in this position, they haven't really been able to siege down the base turrets all that effectively. Now with this composition that they've drafted, it's gonna be significantly easier, but it still comes down to whether or not they have the game plan, whether they're gonna execute well on that game plan.
What I'm curious is it a compositional thing or is it an execution thing? Because it's fine, you know, in the previous game you guys played Lucian, low range, can't really siege, it's okay. Right now, though, you do have the Caitlyn, which makes it a lot easier for you to just walk up and auto with the rapid fire cannon. So I'm not sure if they are not confident sieging or if they just don't know how to play with this composition properly.
They've been playing very reactionary, right? They've mostly been waiting for Ardent to make some sort of mistake before going in. And if Ardent, they just continue to turtle down and play safely in this way, I don't see Liab really, you know, trying to rock the boat all that much. And the truth of the matter is that you have to look for proactive fights if you want to begin taking down these inhibitor turrets.
Only outer turret left is in the bot lane, so you can see the spam pings coming in from Liab. They're like, let's go and walk down and take this, please. And if Arden decides to mount a defense here, it could be a way for them to get into the fight.
Yeah, you can see that there are wards in the bottom quadrant of this jungle. Dan is hanging around just on the flank, just in case, you know, Arden makes an engage or some sort of mistake that they can capitalize on.
Vision being put down, actually contesting and jostling for this rip buff here. Should go the way of Fofi with the last auto attack. 1,400 crit. My goodness.
Woo. Yeah, it's just late game Caitlyn for you. I mean, she's way past the power trough that she was in the mid game. Basically, untouchable. If you don't get to her, you don't slam enough damage onto her, she's not gonna die. And the fact of the matter is she has 3 mountain dragons and the mountain, so just making it that much easier, that much harder rather, for Ardent to get onto her in the upcoming team fights. You can see they are in a 4-stack right now, just daring for this Ardent squad to walk in and face check through this darkness. They are going to walk in, but I'm not sure if they're going to walk into the bush that they want.
Forcing, managing to land a stun on the Thresh, and once again, it's going to be Gia that's the sacrificial lamb. Hero's entrance in is a bit unfortunate because now you fully committed in and Janelle has to flash out. There's no reason for you to stick around. You've lost the support, you teleported in as well. I think that's an overcommitment on just defending the support.
Yeah, for sure. Should have just given the kill over that teleport. Being channeled after all the action had subsided now. Basically conceding any sort of map pressure that the Rumble could have had with that Summoner spell. And they're going to concede the Baron Nashor without any further contest onto the side of the Liap. Now, they have the Baron buff. And they have this wonderful siege composition. They have Mountain Soul as well.
Elder is coming up as well.
Oh yeah, this is going to be, I think, our first Elder that we are going to be seeing throughout the entire qualifiers. Did you see any during Vietnam?
There were a couple of... I think there was one Elder during the Vietnam qualifiers, but that being said, the teams do understand that... Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
The teams understand that the Elder Dragon is a definite win condition. Like, you get Elder, you win the game.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if you're not the one with the soul. If you get the dragon, that just increases your damage output ability all that much. The question now becomes whether or not Arden is going to be able to contest this, because they are right now at a significant damage deficit.
It doesn't matter if you just mill about the Elder Dragon, because Jones is eventually going to get the top turret. They will match teleport for teleport, so Janelle's on the top side and so is Jones. They both have TPs, they can join in if they want to, but I think they're just conceding this and actually walking into the base. Cha here might not be able to finish this one off. They thought they had an inside track, but Jones will TP back to defend this with the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, that ain't it, Chief. That was just a little bit overzealous. Definitely not gonna have to be able to end the game there on the side of Arden. They're going in. What is this?
Rocks. Interesting play, setting things up for the rest of the team coming in. They managed to land a lot of damage onto the front line. Cha already finding the kill on top of Den. Rox gets the jungler, and right now it's up to Cha whether she can bring the damage. It's a double already, looking for the triple, possibly trying to pop off here. Gravitum Gun will root them up. Rox, though, manages to get the execute, but Cha, the Aphelios, is well and truly online, landing the root as well as the Qs, and that's gonna be the kill. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Fofi wasn't there. She's pushing in, so it's a quadra for the Aphelios, but Cha cannot do anything to defend.
Yeah, the Aphelios backing right now, and the Caitlyn continuing to push up. It's gonna be a 1v1 between the AD carries for the game, basically, unless Fofi decides to reset, which it does look like she's gonna do. So no intense 1v1 just yet. Not exactly sure what Leah was trying to do there with the engage without your AD carry. Just, you know, that was the proactive play that we like to see, right?
My favorite part is they just threw four Elder Dragon buffs away. I'm just like, why, guys?
I don't know, man. I see Rox jumping in, basically inting at that point. Not exactly sure what the call was. Especially, again, your AD carry wasn't there. That's your main damage dealer who was pushing bot lane. So, sure, you managed to pick up one inhibitor turret, but was it exactly worth it? I think had they brought the AD carry to that fight, right? Had they executed on it better, I think they basically would have won the game by now.
They would have cleaned up after just taking Elder and walking in.
That being said, it's still a 10k goal lead, right? There's basically no way for Arden to get back into this game. So you have to think it's just going to be a few more minutes on the clock before the game ends.
Yeah, just have to dot the I's, cross the T's, and look to walk it in. Fofi still has the Elder Dragon for a couple more seconds, I believe. They're playing Protect the Caitlyn right now, so as long as they can siege together and Caitlyn is left untouched, Fofi will deliver on the promise of damage.
I believe Caitlyn actually went for the Elixir of Iron, so she's just that much tankier and harder to kill, especially on the Rek'Sai, who will be the main force jumping in to try to kill her. So
top lane Den is pushing in as the Echo, who is super slippery, understandably so, can have her play on the side lanes. This is what I'm talking about. You know, earlier you can set almost anyone to the side lane, right? Set Echo and Jace. It just depends on how you want to match it. Eventually will wear off though. There is your Elder Dragon gone, so no more Elder Dragon buff available, but walking it in now is Liap. They will open up the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor as well. Now they're moving to the top side in transit, looking for the second inhibitor. This should be now or never for Arden Esports. If they're going in, they have to go in now. They're trying to land a taunt. They will not find it on the AD carry. Slamming him back though with the equalizer piled down in the center. Fofi will find the first kill and get the inhibitor as well. Looking for the second now. Getting the Galio. Still looking for more. Fofi just wants the damage. Just wants the kills. That's a triple, getting her counterpart, looking for the quadra here. Where is the penta? Come on, Susie. Give it over. Give it over. Give the penta.
Ooh.
Game is over before the penta can be picked up, and game 1 of this best of 3 goes the way of Liab.
Does in fact go the way of Liab. Not the cleanest execution, especially since Jones wasn't the the pop-off monster that we used to see in the previous few games. I think they have a little bit of cleanup when their top laner is unable to snowball, but overall, the ability for Fofi to really just put the team on the back and carry them all over the finish line is definitely commendable. Look at that damage from the Aphelios, just unfortunately not being able to do too much.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because of the range discrepancy, understandably so, if you're dueling with the Crescendum or the Severum, you're not going to be able to get into range of the Caitlyn, so of course she's going to auto-attack you to death. And they really tried the last part to try and get into the backline with Galio and taunt them all up and make one last stand, but it was just not enough. Looking back right now, if you look at this draft, you have to think, is the Galio worth it? Is the pick even worth the commitment to play a composition around the Galio? Because ostensibly Galio functions as a bruiser, it's CC, it's a frontline tank, but then you're relying solely on the Aphelios to do damage, and maybe you need to relook at the charts and see what could be improved upon.
I think they played pretty well though. In that last team fight especially, I think both teams really played their hearts out. I think when you look at how that fight went, both Aphelios and Caitlyn were basically untouched until their front lines died. That's the front-to-back team fight that both AD carries won. And it just really came down to the fact that, the Liab roster was just that much tankier over the Ardent counterparts that allowed the Caitlyn to snowball and end the game.
Okay, with that, guys, we will be going for a short break. Game 2 of this series will be coming up soon. Of course, it is at match point. If Liab win this, they will be the FSL Philippines representatives for the League of Legends edition, and they will be joining us in Singapore if they win, of course, on the later dates of March. But for now, guys, we'll go for a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's match point right now in the grand finals of the Philippines qualifiers FSL League of Legends edition. Once again, I am Hungry Cast alongside me, Spoots. We'll be bringing you all the action as we approach the pick and ban phase. Game 2 underway. We already see the Mordekaiser, Renekton, as well as Ornn banned, so a bunch of top lane bans in general. The Trundle as well as the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn, I think, decent ban.
Decent ban.
Yeah.
Cha looking... wait.
What's Fofi on the Caitlyn?
Fofi did look very, very practiced on the Caitlyn. And, you know, Cha on the Ophidius was actually not that bad either. It was just, you know, sort of the rest of the team that was faltering around her. So, not really banning it up, wondering whether or not they're going to pick the Ophidius for themselves on the side of the app.
Right now, MF is left open, so Liab might be looking at that option.
Okay.
There you go. Of course, it will be picked up. The response here, historically, we see MF on one side, and then the response is always something like a Braum Lucian or historically just Braum Lucian, I think we've seen today. Right now, they could also look to pick up the jungle pick for themselves. I think Jarvan is one of the highly contested ones, and Arden might be favoring that a bit more.
Yeah, Jarvan, again, one of the best junglers in the current iteration of League. That's going to be MF. Leona lane, very strong. Definitely has the potential to really deal a lot of damage against the Braum.
I think they want Orianna, but they're worried that they will get counter-picked. So they're going to go for Echo first. And I think Orianna is in the back of Liep's mind. They're just considering whether they want to do Orianna or Lux. And that usually entails banning the LeBlanc or the assassins that they feel is a tough matchup for them.
For sure. Now we do see the Lucian locked in. It's probably going to go into the bot lane with the Braum. A pair of champions that we've not been able to see pop off just yet. They haven't had really the best impact in the game, right? Definitely want to see whether or not it's going to be finally the breakout performance for this duo.
So Lux is going to get banned out, which means that Rox is not going to get her comfort pick as it stands. Looking for the next, that will be the Galio. Okay, interesting here, because I think the Galio is actually quite low value as a pick.
Yeah.
It was able to impact the map on a global scale. It's just that when you scale into the mid to late game, if you're not hitting 4 or 3-man taunts, you're basically not doing anything.
Well, and in this this sort of, you know, match point sort of game is gonna definitely get into, well, I won't say definitely, most likely gonna get into later stages of the game. So Galio might not have been the best pick. Now banned away, definitely not gonna see him either way. Jace was actually quite strong in the previous game as well, so worthy of the ban. They banned the Orianna themselves though.
So right now they know that they've more or less banned out all of Rox's safe comfort picks, which she has shown today, the Lux as well as the Jace and the Orianna banned by themselves. They were probably afraid of the first pick Orianna with the Jarvan because the danger is there. Cataclysm with Shockwave usually still can eviscerate fights. The Rumble here though is kind of tricky. It's still a flex pick like I mentioned earlier. Can send it to mid and top, but right now you're just kind of waiting to see what the matchup is. If it's a melee champion, just take the Rumble into mid lane. If it's a melee mid, rather, is what I mean. Just take the Rumble to mid lane. Otherwise, you can still put the Rumble top and figure out what you want to play for mid.
Alright, we're going to see the Kled coming in for the Jones. Once again, another bully champion. We saw her really pop off on the Kled as well previously. Did not have the best performance in the previous game, but even so, if you actually took a look at the levels, right, even though she didn't pick up as many kills, she was actually the first to hit level 18.
Yeah.
So definitely did quite a lot in the form of distraction for her team, even though her KDA not exactly the best to write home about.
They don't know what the best mid to play in this situation is, so they're thinking LeBlanc. In this case, I'm actually inclined to play Rumble in the mid lane. Like, I don't mind playing Rumble into LeBlanc, honestly. Playing Ahri into LeBlanc is switching your attention towards being one single type of damage profile, which is AP solo laners.
Yeah, AP solo laners, and you know, this just increases the need for Lucian to really get an early game lead, because once that Lucian falls behind, that damage profile in the form of AD just diminishes so very much. Jarvan is of course AD, but you know, he's not gonna have that much impact post 20 minutes because of the fact that he is a jungler.
Right. That sounds kind of weird, but I would have mind putting the Lucian in mid or top and flexing roles with the Rumble, and then playing a mage in the bot lane actually. That would have been a decent way to play out this composition as well. I do like the idea of like Syndra bot lane. It's still pretty good, but as it stands, the composition has been locked in. Chow will be picking up the Lucian. Talk me through both sides. What do you come to expect looking at this lineup?
Well, we sort of, you know, discussed on the Arden side already, right? You have that significant AP damage profile, and Lucian has to get a hit if you want to have sort of more balanced sort of damage profile
Right.
going into the mid game.
Hmm.
And on the other side, though, we do have Leona Misfortune, always a lane that I look for when it comes to large amounts of damage. You also have the Kled and the LeBlanc and the Echo. All five of these champions, they have the ability to pop off, and all of them, sans Leona, have the ability to pump out rather
Mm.
lots of damage when it comes to team fights. So even though this is a match point game, even
Mm.
though I expect that we're gonna see safer plays from both sides, I think both teams they have the ability to go for team fights, and it will just come down to execution once again,
Right.
and who's gonna be cleaner on this game.
Right. So we'll see if Liam's execution, which has been rather spectacular today,
Hmm.
for all intents and purposes. They've been firing on all cylinders. Really, only certain parts that need to be sharpened up, but for the most part, I feel like it's pretty good so far. Against Arden, who breezed through the upper bracket, they made it into the upper bracket before the day was even over yesterday, right? So they were sitting in a comfortable position. They had all the time in the world to kind of look at Liep play today and see and formulate strategies. So it's a I would think it's a matchup of execution versus strategy because in that sense, Arden, if they've made their proper notes, they would have known how to reply. And we saw that in the previous game, how they did that 5-man stack at level 1. They're like, okay, Liep, when they have this aggressive comp, they like to invade 5 men through the bot, Triber, so we're going to set up camp here. That's strategy and that's planning.
We've seen Ardent as well coming in with solid game plans as well, not just tailored to Leah, but throughout the entirety of yesterday as well. I think the main thing that we can draw attention to was I think it was level 4 or level 5
Right.
party in the bot lane
Oh,
where you
yeah,
just
yeah.
try to sweep up as many kills as you possibly can, then transfer over
Mm-hmm.
to the dragon. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them in the previous game as, the jungler did get spotted out and taken away by Liep, but, we might see a bit of adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if we're going to see that strategy come to fruition once again.
I always like watching the mid lane matchup of LeBlanc into Ari because this is very much a skill
Yeah.
matchup in terms of Ari being able to charm LeBlanc out of distortion, but if you land the chains, there's a whole like idea of LeBlanc has more early CC if you can weave around, but Ari has the ability to safely wave clear. It's very interesting. Right now, if I was the LeBlanc, I would very much like for Echo to make an early visit to my lane if I was just playing this assassin. Whereas I'm sure that Jarvan will have a really tough time trying to pressure out the mid lane LeBlanc given the mobility.
Not to mention, right, that in the previous game we did see Orianna Galio, right? Galio, sure, you can roam a little bit more, but the capacity for LeBlanc and Ari, these champions, to be a real menace in their respective team side lanes is, just that much larger. So whichever champion in the mid lane does get a hit early, you would think that we'll try to extend that advantage elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys played solo queue games where LeBlanc is fed and she just comes down to bot lane 24/7 and the AD carry just doesn't get to play League of Legends, right? Even though they do still have a Braum who can block the damage, the threat level is still there. They can still look to play 4-man bot lane, especially because they are on blue side.
All right, looking at the keystones, nothing too out of the ordinary. That is gonna be a electrocute Ari, no
Okay.
glacial augment this time.
Yep.
It's gonna be
Expected.
range versus range though,
Mhm.
yeah.
I'll load it into game. But yeah, like you said, because it's range into range, you never really want to take Glacial Augment. You don't get to really proc it that much.
All right. Will there be a level 1 cheese this time? We did see the game plan come through for Ardent in the previous game.
They're pinging down already. Actually going for defensive spread here on the Ardent side, whereas for Liab, they're actually grouping up and then looking to hold the front in mid as well as the top half of the jungle. So kind of defensive on both ends.
Yeah. Just sort of poking at each other, trying to get wards in. That's a very early ward at the Raptor camp. Not exactly sure it's gonna stay long enough to spot out the Jarvan if he does go through that path. You did see a ward come down on the side of Ardent into the red camp. Not exactly gonna spot out anything other than if Liab decide to go for that individual camp.
Right, backing off, getting the sweeper nice and early. I love that junglers actually do this, they understand in the FSL even. that putting early wards down, getting a sweeper, gives you maximum efficiency with trinket timings, as well as a increased gank percentage success.
Alright, we are seeing both junglers just start up on the same side of the map. The red buff is actually gonna... the ward on the red buff, rather, is actually gonna spot out dead as they start.
Oh man.
Team red buff?
She misplayed the parallel convergence. I actually jungle echo, so I know this. You want to put it down slightly before walk over auto, and as the red buff is like in the motion of attacking you, you kind of freeze it with the parallel convergence. That way it resets the animation, you get a couple of auto attacks for free.
Not exactly sure if, you know, you see the ward in the Raptor camp, right, on the side of Liab. I'm not sure if it actually spotted out the Jarvan, because when he puffed down, I didn't see any pings come down.
It wouldn't have spotted out the Jarvan. It would have had to be on the Raptor camp to see the transition over. So they're doing like guesswork here at this point. They're basically thinking if Mars started on the red buff, where would she be? If she started on the blue buff, where would she be? But they know she definitely did start on the top half because Cha and Gio went into lane early, so no leash.
I actually thought they pretended to leash for a little bit, so not exactly sure whether or not that actually went through or not. Lucian Braum is actually just gonna push out. That's gonna be how it works. But because Echo started in the bottom side, there's not much of a threat of a gank there. That ward on the red buff earlier spotting him out does give Lucian and Braum the signal that, hey, you can actually push this lane up.
Level 2 has been hit by both of these teams' bot laners. The capacity for aggression is there, but I think they are content. Just resetting the waves out now. Good piercing light will tag Kofi on the exit, but the Q will not.
Yep, Jarvan is just gonna clear out the Raptor camp. Not much that he can do, really. I mean, there's a ward in the tri-bush, and the fact that his bot lane is pushed up doesn't means that he cannot go into the bot lane for a gank.
Oh, Charm sailing by will not find rocks. Meanwhile, they are splitting the map in terms of scuttle crabs, so I think Din is gonna be able to get this top scuttle crab. Meanwhile, in the bottom half, it's gonna belong to Mars, and we saw the unique little interaction there in the mid lane between Janelle and Rocks, where if you land a chain, you can very quickly proc electrocute and just back off, jump back to your distortion origin.
Yeah, both champions here in the mid lane have actually expended a lot, trying to get some early advantages in the form of damage, but both of them doing rather well, keeping themselves healthy so far, even if there is a mana discrepancy. Echo looking for a gank now.
Oh, good flash across is gonna land a stun, but under the turret though, getting knocked up. Good response coming in from Mars, reading the play perfectly. You have to think that was a bit of a misplay coming in from Din. She was under the turret, didn't think that she'd eat that much damage.
Yeah, that was a brilliant counter gank coming in from Mars, and the fact that Den did have to expend the flash only to die under the turret, that just puts her behind so very much in terms of capability when it comes to ganking.
Summoner spell for summoner spell blown in the mid lane, flash or ignite, but of course, like you mentioned, Din had to use her own flash to get over the wall.
Yeah, and the fact that Echo's dash isn't that, you know, isn't that long range just makes it so much more difficult for this Echo to come back into this mid lane, despite, you know, Ahri no longer having the flash.
It seems like people are having problem with jumping over that wall. It doesn't make sense to me, because it's actually a pretty simple wall to jump in terms of knowing where to go through. You just have to be very careful about the spacing.
She was trying to go over the long end, right?
The long wall,
to get
right?
into the mid lane instead of the shorter side on the, you know, I would say shoulder.
Yeah, shoulder of where the brush is essentially.
True.
Yeah. I feel like if you go over that and then you kind of go towards the Ahri, you can actually land the E blink across.
Alright, Jarvan is piling down towards the Dragon. Keep in mind, Jarvan is actually one champion that can solo down that Drake rather easily if the bot lane does have priority. But as it stands, Lucian and Braum, they do not have that priority just yet, and it doesn't look like this time we're going to see much of a bot lane party.
You can see there's a bit of fear in the way Fofi and Earn are sort of extending past the river, because their read is that, okay, Ahri has been walking down a lot. She's been gesturing towards the bot lane. And Jarvan is nowhere on the map, hasn't been seen just yet. In fact, because of this control ward in the Dragon Pit, they have no idea she's here. They're very hesitant to walk up. They know that flash auto Q auto from Braum is guaranteed CC.
Now this is a sneak, right? If someone comes down, if someone on Liab's side comes down, places a ward on this dragon, but they're definitely going to spot out that Mars is in fact starting up the dragon, and for a moment there, Lucian Rob, they were actually pushed under turret, so that was extremely risky.
Oh,
Mars going
hello?
super low here, having to
This is
use
bad.
the smite.
She might just actually get it, getting the steal as well as the stun. That's everything that you want there. Den makes up for the earlier play with that steal. Meanwhile, Ethereal Chains will connect, having to snap back to the Distortion Origin. And Dun finds herself on the receiving end of a surprise present.
I'm trying to figure out how she did that. There was no ward in the dragon, and that was a blind steal,
Yeah,
basically.
that was a blind steal. I think after what, oh, hold on here, the Charm landing, the Ethereal Chains as well. Remember, there is no mana on this Ahri. She will be able to activate the passive of LeBlanc. But Rox here always taking these trades and always coming out ahead.
I'm still stunned by that dragon play, yo. I mean, Jarvan usually does have a good time, you know, just soloing down that objective. But level 4, so you can still do it, but like you saw earlier, did go rather low and did get taken out by the Echo. Very, very unfortunate, basically.
I feel like it's because we always see Jarvan players and Lee Sin players and all these junglers capable of soloing Dragon try it. It's always in the back of your mind. You're like, okay, I need to go and check this just in case they're actually doing it. The W gives vision. The moment you cast Parallel Convergence, it gives you vision, right? So when you see the thing go down, you're like, oh, it's a snap decision. I have to go in, I have to steal it.
Right, and that gives a bit of an advantage over to Liab now with the increased regeneration.
This time going in, Jones with the bear trap on a rope will be able to pull the Rumble back, and that's actually a lot of damage. And this wave is frozen, which is why they really need to come and help Jones out, because it's going to push non-stop. She has the Tiamat, so she will be able to take the wave and clean it up.
Yeah, that was looking like a possibility of a spicy dive towards the top side. Well, not dive, a collapse rather, from the side of Arden. You can see 4 members pathing up, as well as the equalizer being placed down by the Rumble. As it stands though, Liab is gonna have a 3-man stack around the Rift Herald, but they're going in.
There's no reason for them to contest this. They don't have the equalizer. They shouldn't be fighting here. Even though they have the manpower, the charm is going to connect, so they're going to pick this fight. The chrono break all the way to the backline. The first member to fall is going to be the support. But meanwhile, look at the double distortion damage and the stun coming in. Box is going to clean up for sure. Suzy Soar as well as Gia. See you later. You don't have the equalizer. There's no reason for you to be fighting here. And with that, Rox is just going to pick up the kills.
Yeah, the idea of the collapse was sort of good coming in from Arden, but they really didn't expect Rox to... I don't think, rather, they expected Rox to path up towards that fight as quickly as she did. Did manage to pick up 2 kills for herself and an assist with the huge double distortion damage like you pointed out. This LeBlanc is starting to become huge.
Yeah, this becomes a problem because then the side lane LeBlanc, who's going to answer that? The Ahri, no way, you're immobile. The only way you get out is Spirit Rush, right? So you have to end up committing resources to deal with the side lane LeBlanc, who is not only going to be rotating from the side lane to your flank, but also consistently collecting gold and EXP, right? So therein lies the problem. If you can't neutralize the LeBlanc, she's going to be making plays like this on the map. Move to the top side, sit on the flank, try to one-shot your solo laners.
Yeah, this is going to be a 3v1 towards the top side, right? There's no real answer if they decide to go for the dive.
Yeah,
but
they're just going to jam this for sure.
Oh yeah, they're going to pick up quite a hefty chunk of a turret plays. Might even get the first turret as well. Jarvan, you can see, is trying to find some sort of response in the bot side, but without Dragon alive, there's nothing much that he can do.
Yeah, and they don't even have to respect the spacing coming in. Like, literally Rox is walking just to double distort and land poke damage, while her team uses this time and space to get the structure.
Yeah, but take a look at where Jarvan is on the map. There is a small risk right now of a dive towards the bot side. But
they can't dive this because Leona has level 6. The moment you all in under, she gets Aftershock proc. Yep, there's no way they should even dive this. Glacial Fissure comes out, and right now, even though she's stunned at the turret, like I said, there's no way you make this play. They're going to trade 1-for-1 Char for Fofi, and they might even get the Jarvan after. That play was a bit too over-eager. That's a double kill for Fofi, and she'll be happy with that trade.
Yeah, that's a 2-4-1 coming in favor of Liab. Like you pointed out, not exactly sure why they went for that dive. Not only because, again, Leona was level 6, but the fact that Lucian, he had no mana. No idea what they were trying to do there, trying to make a play where one was simply not possible.
If it was something like a Misfortune Karma, Misfortune Nami, yeah, sure, you dive there any day of the week because then the support isn't in a position to not only tank but disrupt, right? In that small space, we saw how quickly the aftershock went down and how even at the end, Leona is still standing. Like, that is definitely a missed call.
Yeah, they had bot lane pushed up on the side of Ardent there, but now with the donation of those kills towards the side of Liab, Misfortune and Leona, they're going to be pretty happy continuing to push up this wave. And with Echo now down here, I don't think he was spotted as he walked into that bush. If they're able to pick up these kills, that dragon is looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, they're looking for the mountain, and they just want to get the vision down first. The rotation's coming in from Jia and Cha. They see one control ward there and the other one behind it, so right now the name of the game is vision control. And it's ironic because the more Echo just stays in the bot lane, the less value there is. They're using the charge right now. Here comes the flank coming in for Jones. The solar flare actually catches the Braum here as the parallel convergence follows through. Stopwatch should buy some time, but look at Rox. She's just on the backline, decimating the carries. Even though there is an equalizer, it's a triple being picked up by the Echo in that small choke space of the parallel convergence.
Yeah, like you said, right, hit the nail on the head. Not sure why they decided to go for a fight in the middle of that choke space, or rather, why they were there in the first place, being caught out by Liab.
It's gonna be a Cloud Dragons from here on out, and I think Rox as well as Den is gonna be very happy with this because you're gonna be stacking CDR from here on out for your ultimate.
Heck, everyone on Liab's going to be pretty happy with this. All the abilities, very high impact on all of these champions, definitely can make things happen in the upcoming team fights.
This is one of those weird things as well, because now since you have 2 dragons, right, the best case scenario is 2 clouds and cloud. So I would have preferred like 4 clouds,
yeah, true.
right? Which is why I always say, like, when you look at it this way and people explain, oh, the first 2 dragons are actually not that impactful, you're like, yes, this makes sense now. Because what are you going to do with 1 mountain and 1 ocean? Very little value. They don't even compound.
All comes down to RNG, I guess, and I mean, it gets you the soul fast.
Yeah.
So that's about it, right?
That's it, yeah. If you can get them early, yeah, sure, you get early quick souls. But then if you don't play it properly in the mid game and your opponents start collecting all these random...
Yeah, that's when
like,
you start to worry.
Yeah, that's when it becomes a problem. Like suddenly, oh, if you're giving away 3 or 4 clouds, Equalizer's going to be coming like every minute.
And you can see that Arden, without the game plan that they had sort of planned for themselves in the previous few games, you know, the early collapse, they haven't really been able to collapse and pick up on any neutral objectives, not even any turrets at this point.
Now this one, they could possibly dive if they play the lane properly, but instead they back off.
Oh man, they had the perfect setup for it as well.
That one they could have definitely dived.
Look at the amount of wards they have in that bottom side river, that's insane.
Rock's getting a lot of time alone with the turret plates in the mid lane. So she will be able to collect at least 1 or 2 before they finally go down right now.
Yeah, by this point, Liab is looking in a very comfortable position, much more comfortable than they were in the previous game. Fofi, though, has to be careful. Jia is waiting in that bush, now has shown herself, so...
I'm gonna make a bold statement and say that she doesn't care because of the item difference. It's Essence Reaver versus Bilgewater Cutlass. If you take a 2v2, even if you catch Misfortune, I doubt you have enough damage to actually find a kill.
Yeah, I'm starting to doubt the pick as well. I mean, well, I've already been doubting the pick quite a lot. The Lucian Braum...
Why play Lucian if Aphelios is open?
That's fair. We've seen Cha being basically a monster on the Aphelios.
Parallel convergence immediately stunning up the Lucian, and like I said, why play Lucian if Aphelios is open? They find the pick, and they should probably be looking to siege bot tier 1.
Yeah, now it's Liab who are the ones able to find a bottom lane proactive play. We didn't see too much proactiveness from them in the previous game, but this time it seems like they've really turned it on.
Execution definitely much cleaner this time, especially because look at the magic thing. Jones is ahead. The team knows how to play when Jones is ahead. It all falls into place.
It's nice to see, right? Like we came into the first day seeing Liab not exactly having the cleanest performance.
We're like, oh man, really? Like that?
They drop in the lower bracket, and then they go back, they practice, they come into the second day, and it's like something really clicked, and they're now being able to execute
it's like the
better and better as time goes on.
That arc in the anime where the protagonist like loses and then now has to go and train. Speaking of train, look at the damage. Everyone is just going in. Pops the Chrono Break rather and gets out. Meanwhile, the bullet time on the backline, ripping them apart. Mars is inside the Cataclysm. And a weird, odd execute coming from Fofi, who is channeling the bullet time there. But it's okay. They get the Ari. They lose Fofi in a unfortunate accident. We'll just call it that.
Yeah, unfortunate accident. You don't give over the goal, but you do lose a significant amount of tempo. I think if you just back away from that, you could have actually siege down this mid lane turret. Then is going in again.
Yeah. She does not have the chrono break just yet. It will be up in less than a minute. I think somewhere in the range of 30 seconds should be good. Looking for the Rift Herald though. It's at 16 minutes, the second Rift Herald of this game, if I'm not wrong.
Not actually gonna start it up. Jones being chased away. Oh man,
It's
feels
okay.
bad, man. Right, we are seeing Ardent beginning to path towards this mid lane tower. Not gonna actually siege it down, so it's gonna be defended.
Items are starting to come in, and these are like full completed set items, right? So Tiamat and Black Cleaver for the top lane, Proto Belt for the jungler, Luden's Echo for the mid laner, and Essence Reaver, which was already there for Misfortune. Versus, on the other side, bits and pieces of everything. It's really difficult for Ardent to even come close to itemizing, and Fofi now getting caught out, actually trying to land a stun. Here comes the Solar Flare. They lock up the Braum, and even though the Carling started it all, it will be Gia that goes down.
Yeah, super unfortunate. Not exactly sure why they decided to go for that. I mean, you can see a little bit of this desperation leaking into the plays that Ardent is trying to make here. And you know what the most unfortunate thing of all of this is? I just loaded on the scoreboard. All of Ardent's kills are on Jarvan 4. And, Jarvan
This
being
is a
the
tanky
jungler.
Jarvan.
Oh, it is a tanky Jarvan going for the Cinderhalt build. Basically once they hit 20 minutes in the game, Jarvan does no damage.
If this was like a Chet Lethality Warrior Jarvan with Electrocute, I'm like, yeah, I'm down for that, but no. This is a Conqueror, sit there and take damage and try to deal some true damage with Conqueror Jarvan.
Now he gets to be extra tanky with all the extra gold. I mean,
not
man.
this way, man. Not like this.
Yeah, you'll survive for like an extra 0.25 seconds. That's about
Not
it with
like
the amount of
this.
damage that Leah is bringing to these fights. And
Looking
Janelle,
for the play.
Woo,
This
chunk.
should be a kill
Yo.
coming in. Using the Spirit Rush to get out.
oh yeah, you can see Rock with all these kills and all these advantages beginning to stack up is able to chunk out the Ahri with one rotation, now basically forcing her to have to return to base to heal up. And now with the second Rift Herald in their pockets, you would have to think they're going to channel it in the mid lane and just try to open up the map even further.
Yeah, given the amount of health, I feel like channeling it now though might be not worth.
True.
Especially because they've already grouped up.
Yeah.
There is no rush to really use this Rift Herald.
You just take the turret.
Yeah, just take the turret. There's no rush. In fact, if you win a big team fight and then you Herald, I feel like that's the maximum value, right? And Liab has shown in this game at least they're not afraid to fight because they are ahead. So just hold on to the Rift Herald, make full use of the enhanced recall, get maximum value of it.
Right, Cled's in a bit of trouble here.
Is Kled in trouble
He
or
can just
is
charge
Mars
out.
in trouble?
Oh, wait.
Because literally turned around onto the Jarvan.
Yeah, with the pressure in the mid lane building up from the rest of Liab, now summoning the Rift Herald did actually manage to circumvent any sort of dive on the Kled.
Yeah, all the attention was focused on the top side. Remember, Jarvan detoured, so now this is space that they have. Might be able to find another charge forward as it's getting set up. The parallel convergence coming in. They get two charges off. Here comes the equalizer as well. Braum is in front, tanking it all up. The Cataclysm locks the backline up, but here comes the bullet time. You're not locked in here with me. This is a bad situation, and now they're all running away.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
That was what I was going for. I was like, nah,
There you go.
this is too cliched. I'm opting out of this.
Yeah, you don't have to. And I mean, Liab, they didn't have to even win a team fight to basically get maximum efficiency out of their Rift Herald. They basically, they saw Jarvan walk up to top side. They say, okay, if you're going there, we're gonna take your base. So they managed to pick up an inhibitor 20 minutes into the game. I was expecting a close game, but basically they're just unlocking the map.
At least I have my answer to the question earlier. What does Liab look like when the top lane snowballs versus doesn't snowball, right? And I had a few other questions regarding the efficiency of the mid and bot solo laners, or the carries as they were. But this game has answered a lot of my, or at least reinstated a lot of the confidence.
Personally, my favorite part of this, again, is that they are being proactive. A lot of these plays that we are seeing from them, they might have made in the previous game. But it might not have been as clean as we are seeing this time.
Ooh, managing to find a steal there as well. It's just the icing on the cake. Dun is fearless at this point. Chrono break is going to be coming up in a couple of seconds, which is why she has really no fear at all. And Chrono Break is such an annoying spell to deal with, especially when the Echo has Stopwatch.
Stopwatch and Chrono Break. You basically should not be able to kill this Echo short of 100-0, but with the damage that Arden has built, it's just gonna be basically not possible. And now they're trying their best to set up some vision around the Baron Nashor. They don't want Liab to sneak it away, because obviously if you take the Baron right now, I think it just ends the game if Liab ends up getting it.
They have to secure the area a bit more carefully. This top tier 2 is definitely going to fall here as the Zenith Blade pulls the Leona in. Solar Flare was a bit of a whiff there, as then also completely with the stopwatch. You have to think Liab are having a little bit too much fun here.
Mars?
Looking for the re-engage, actually finding multiple members. This is a good knock-up and a good column to fight in. Here comes the Equalizer as well. Rox is the only member left alive. Meanwhile, Jones joining in. They managed to land all the damage with Rox just kiting around. Jones still chasing in for the kill onto Janelle because they managed to find 4 there. But thankfully, the gold was on the LeBlanc. She's been built up to this point where she's actually doing a lot of damage by kiting in and out.
Yeah, definitely. Staying alive, being able to chunk out the entirety of Arden with all those distortions and combos. LeBlanc is huge at this point. She's just going to get even more huge with the gold that she just managed to pick up. But the idea of the engage coming in from Arden was pretty good.
That was a really good engage.
Yeah, with no wards, the Jarvan jumping in, and the Cataclysm with the MF no longer having ult. That should have been a one-team fight had this LeBlanc not been that far ahead.
If it was like 7 minutes ago, maybe that wins them or turns the tides of the game. But because this LeBlanc is so far ahead, right, it becomes a problem. Like, how else could you realistically turn the fight if you're this far behind?
And with all those resources being expended towards the top side, that just allows Liab to set up around the final, what should be the final win drake of the game. As you can see, it's going down so quickly. There is no chance of a contest coming in from Arden. I think you just back away at this point. You don't even want to take a fight.
Do they reset here? I think you should go back and buy, especially because you're looking for core items on full free. She should be picking up the Infinity Edge here.
Yeah, Liab backing right now, just going to have that much damage once they come out from their base once again. We're looking at 1 or 2 more final fights before the end of the game. Might even be, you know, just if you can take away 3 members of Arden, you could even just try to run into the enemy base just like that. But as it stands, we're going to see Liab beginning to threaten the Baron once again.
Then has double Cloud Drake, right? You're going to see how annoyingly low the cooldown of Chrono Break is. So she's just going to walk in, soak all the damage, buys time for her team, pop out with Chrono Break, and this is the fight ensuing. Jones, of course, is in the center of it all because she's Kled. She doesn't care. And then is just going to jump back in once more. Managing to land the CC. Now the Cataclysm to buy some space. Suzy Sor as well as Char manages to get out. But at the end of that, I think that's the trade done. And I just want to direct your attention over to the Echo. The out is already halfway on cooldown.
Yo, that is broken, right? Hello?
Yeah, I told you, dude.
I thought you were joking. What is this? That is insane.
Yeah,
but
this really is broken. So now she can use it again, by the way, for this fight.
I don't even think there's gonna be much of a fight. I mean, you clear away 3 members, right? Okay, sure. Rom is respawning. I think if you take another favorable engage here, you just win the game.
Yep, could go in once more. I think Arden is feeling herself right now as they re-engage, but will get caught out by the DPS coming through from the Lucian.
All right, they're taking the safe route, just backing away now that the Leona has in fact died.
Yep.
I think they're just gonna revert to, you know, they're gonna reset. They're gonna try to contest, threaten the Baron once again. But honestly, I don't think they're actually there's no need to start it up, right? I think they want to bait out Ardent. Once they manage to find a favorable fight, they can just go in and they can just end the game.
See the pings on the bot lane because they understand that that wave is going to be crashing and it could very well finish off the bot tier 2. That being said, mid inhibitor did respawn, so they're not going to have a super minion pressure in the mid lane anymore.
Alright. Ardent is now in a bit of an aggressive position around the Baron pit. Liab, don't have any information as to whether or not Arden is gonna start that up. This is an interesting thing, right? Arden, even though they're so far behind throughout basically the entirety of this game, they have had excellent vision control.
Oh yeah.
You saw that they had a lot of wards in the bottom side river when the dragon was up, and now they have...
The wards are still there, right?
True.
Around that trifecta of vision between the red buff as well as just behind the dragon. It just goes to show fundamentals are good, right? Oh, hold on. The burst coming in. Look at that. If the E connected, that's GG, right?
Yep.
They walk in for the inhibitor once more, looking to finish off the structure and buy more pressure in the mid lane through super minions.
Yeah, and the super minions now on the board once again. It just frees up Liab to continue, forcing these advantages. They might even be able to take the Baron if the cards fall in the right place.
Dotting the I's, crossing the T's, slowly moving across the map and taking down the structures. No reason to be too hasty.
At this point, I think you can afford to be a little hasty, right? You're about 9k gold ahead.
Fair enough.
And we've seen, Liab having having a few issues closing out the game. It's this stage of the game that I think they really struggle with.
Yeah.
And if they're able to try to force something, they're able to execute cleanly and just end the game right out there, because the options are there, right? I think that would go a long way to assuaging these fears.
Oof. Combo they're coming through, chunking Mars out, and this is your tanky member of the team, right? So have to see how this one plays out as they continue to push 4 members in bot, a single solo Echo in mid, and rightly so, because of the mobility of the Echo can come in through a flank and make life very difficult for Arden if they stay around too long. Then consistently threatening the re-engage in with the parallel convergence as well as the phase dive.
Yep, and with minions crashing towards the top side, that's a pretty big wave. This turret, Arden is forced to
juicy, yeah.
Arden's forced to handle the mid wave, so this turret should be going down.
Looking for the play here, actually doing decent damage here is Cha on the top side. Delusion with the Essence Reaver as well as the Phantom Dancer doing a lot of DPS. Oh, there goes the one shot, using the Spirit Rush to get out. The Solar Flare though on top of Suzy sort of forces the flash out as well from the Ahri, so they managed to get the play done. They will open up the bot inhibitor turret with all the ultimates expanded.
Yeah, and this is the issue. This is the issue of these fights right now, right? They're individually just not as strong on the side of Arden as their Liab counterparts. So if they try to match hit for hit, that's not gonna work out. And the ability that Liab is showing right now to just stretch their competitors across the map is just speaking volumes to how well practiced they are right now.
Mars is walking into the jungle trying to get some vision down. Cha, meanwhile, is chasing Den away.
They're resetting again.
They are resetting because the Elder Dragon is going to be up very soon. So they need to get their buys in before they can control the area around. Vision is necessary, so control wards will be coming out.
Yep, and with 2 inhibitors down, it just makes it so difficult for Arden to make their way out of the base. It honestly is just basically impossible for them to count out and counter any sort of Baron and or Dragon take that Liab may attempt to do. Like I said, Elder's coming up very, very soon. It's 19 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, so they get the full reset. Remember, they're completely blind here. There's no vision, which is why Den is leading the charge with the annoyingly low cooldown of Chrono Break. You can just take the CC if you don't get one shot. Of course, with Zhonya's now, there's no way you can really kill this Echo. It gets really frustrating now.
Yeah, and you can see with Kled in the top side, Arden, they don't really know what they have. They don't really know what they can do there. Clumped up as a 4 unit in the mid lane, and this is just wasted time as Liab is spending it rather wisely, taking down the Elder Dragon with 0 contest. This should be the end of the game.
Should be the end with a 5-man Elder Drake buff, barring some random interplay coming in. Rox could actually find a solo kill here. If she gets into range of Cha, she might be able to do it, but no. Because in the past, if you see her combos, they've been dropping people to like 40%, 45%. This is the range where Elder Dragon execute is close, you know. So she's just waiting off in the wings for a potential pick, as it were.
Yeah, they're just making sure that they have all their bases covered.
Yep.
Now,
why is the jungler not inside the pit?
I mean, you can dash in the pit. It's
no.
fine.
Alright, looking for the one shot there, almost getting it onto Suzy Sor. Meanwhile, Din throws down the parallel convergence, needs to dash over the wall for the smite though. Throwing the bullet time away just for style points.
Might as well.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. It's fine.
Alright.
All they have to do is just walk it in the top lane right now.
They don't even have to take the top lane. They can walk in the mid. It's fine. You can just end the game.
That sound though means it's time to go in for the fight as they're chasing in onto Cha. There's no way she's getting out, especially with the Elder Dragon burn buff going down. Jones is gonna die eventually, as you can see. The health bar is very low, and there's the first execution coming in for the Elder Dragon. Rox is on fire. I mean that very literally as she's just dashing forward.
Right now they're gonna take the inhibitor, and with 1 kill now on the board, there isn't much of a chance for Arden to come back in this game. Then again, Liab does have low health bars.
Looking to go back in, a great stun will find the backline, and Mars is very low on health now. Rox is just dipping, dodging, and diving around, playing with their cooldowns.
Or they can just hit the Nexus, that works too.
They can hit the Nexus, that could be very easy for them to finish off, but they can also pad their KDAs as they're sitting around in base, and that's going to be GG. Liab, for the second time in FSL circuit, will be the Philippines representatives.
Yeah, like you said, the anime redemption arc for this Liab roster really coming into fruition now from a, I'm not gonna lie, a bit of a disappointing first day.
Right.
Now being able to have a rather clean performance against what was Ardent Esports in the grand finals of the Philippine qualifiers.
I think you're quite justified to say you were disappointed by their performance yesterday, because it started out with me praising their fundamentals. I was like, oh wow, they managed to find a top lane teleport advantage and they're using it. This is like really, really good as a fundamental skill. And then, you know, they kind of flopped on the execution on that. I was like, well, maybe not, right?
Yeah, man, you hyped me up.
Yeah, I hyped you up, and well, they came in today, they cleaned up their play, and this is what we expected yesterday, but they showed today.
Yeah, definitely cleaned up their performance. Now, they're gonna, join us here in Singapore for FSL Elite. I believe that's on the 7th and 8th of March. Special thanks to our venue sponsor, TechType, for hosting this community event.
At least the Philippine qualifiers was awesome to have all the players in a single spot. It made things a lot easier as well. And not to mention the community aspect, right? You think about playing a tournament, it's always great when you have like a literal physical venue where you all compete as opposed to like an online one. So I really appreciate that. Thank you guys over at TechType. But before we go, we got to shout out the rest of our sponsors as well. Dreamcore, Super Solid, Aftershock, Yahoo as well for hosting our channels. And if anything to say, last words?
No, I mean, I'll say the same thing as I did yesterday. GGWP.
GGWP. If you need to find us on social media, our tags are here. It's pretty much the same. You can just Google us. On behalf of our production crew and everyone here at FSL, OBs, and the people running the tournament, thank you for tuning in so much. We will see you guys in 2 weeks for the Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia qualifiers, which will conclude, the qualifier phase before we move to FSL Elite. And for any and more further information, do follow us on the official channels, our Facebook pages. I think we have an Instagram as well, so do stay tuned to those places for all the news. For now, we will be signing off. Have a good evening. We'll see you all in 2 weeks.